time like the present. Have to find the. Oh, okay. That was Golden Sun. Hello, good morning, good afternoon, good everything. I'm here to discuss a few things. It's not gonna be a super happy, chappy time, but you know, we work with what we've got. With our Hasan Pikers, with our Anakasperians, and our GOPs, with our Polish and otherwise European farmers, brainless helpers of Russia. Amazing. What a beautiful time we've found ourselves in. Beautiful. Simply beautiful. We'll see if I'll receive any sort of reply to the email I've sent. I'll see. Okay. How is everybody today? Even though Vosh decided today on Lolly Hill, we must remember people like Hasan are still up. Yeah. Yeah, I would say that Hasan does more harm than Vosh. Maybe it's a hot take. I still think that Hasan does more harm with his rhetoric than Vosh with his lolly images. Sue me. Burn me on a stake. I feel like somehow what Hasan Piker says has a bit more weight. His countless drones of supporters and viewers. Hasan Piker, the man that has chosen to be consistently wrong on Ukraine, no matter what. No matter what happens, no matter what changes, he just... We're not talking about Vosh. We don't talk about Vosh today. We're talking about Hasan Piker and Ukraine. And Poland, for that matter. Because Hasan Piker doesn't just hate Ukraine. Doesn't just have horrible takes on Ukraine. He also has horrible takes on Poland as well. Even though I have my criticisms of Poland, the handling of the border, but I don't think that's Hasan's criticism, that Polish farmers are just blocking the border senselessly and actually working, even if not in a huge amount, still working towards a Russian victory. What an embarrassment. And of course, the far right fascists from the Confederacy Party are so glad to attach themselves to that protest and to spew their anti-Ukrainian rhetoric. We might need to go to the border. We might need to make a trip to the border. But to do that, I might need to borrow some money. We'll see. Unless you donate, then I won't have to borrow money. I will see. Hasan chooses to die on Putin's lap. Well, we'll start it sort of softly from the Polish takes, which I will sort of comment on. And then we're gonna go to the Ukraine takes. And for that, we're not just gonna watch clips, we're just gonna watch the whole conversation that Hasan has had about the fall of Avdiivka and I think Navalny's assassination as well. It's not Hasan, but also a lot of non-tanky Western leftists either hate or at least have contempt and grudge against Ukraine and Central Eastern Europe. I mean, be it as it may, those people don't have near as much reach and influence is Hasan. So I'm just gonna focus on the person that actually has any influence in my criticisms, apart from the dozens of randos that just happen to sort of kind of hate Ukraine and Poland and other places. So what have we got here? What have we got here? Without further ado, we're gonna watch some clips from Hasan Piker. We're wasting time. His takes on Ukraine has been horrible from not even from day one, from before day one, when he said that the invasion would never happen, and then that Russia is just taking back its territory, and many, many other statements that giving a voice to Ukrainian people is basically psychotic and perverted for some reason. And now, apparently for a few days now, Hasan Piker has also started hating on Poland. So we're gonna start with that. I think as a Polish Jewish person living in Poland, I am qualified to comment. Let me see. Should have prepared this beforehand. Sorry. It's been a pretty hectic day. Let's just say it's been a pretty hectic day. Where are you? There you go. I found him. It's from a Reddit. A clip from a Reddit. So first off, about NATO and Poland and the Baltic states. I don't think there's any broader context that could make it any better, but you know. Oh, that's what I'm hoping will happen, actually. That is actually what I'm hoping will happen, believe it or not. At least today, that is what I'm actually hoping will happen. We're gonna go to a memory lane a little bit, at least when it goes. I'm gonna go to a memory lane. A little bit of history, personal history, even. It's not gonna be abstract history from books. No, it's gonna be personal history. You're gonna love it. I'm sure you're gonna like it. The yoink, I've taken away your rights. You can't have them back. Thank you for the $20. Today we're gonna do some nice retrospective to do a gentle reminder about the realities that sort of some of us had to go through, or our parents, grandparents, and what might have been the incentive at the end of the day to want to join structures such as the European Union, such as NATO. You know, we might do a little bit of like exploration into what might have incentivized places like Poland to join NATO. And to be happy to be in NATO, although things are getting a bit dicey even in that area, but that's neither here nor there. Let's get into it. How much is it to go to the border? Well, I actually need getting to the border itself is not that expensive, but I'm lacking the filming equipment that would make it worth for me to go to the border, unless I just go to the border, I don't know, make a video with my phone and then say, hello guys, I'm here with my phone. I mean, I could if things go to, if it comes to it, I might have to. What I meant is by that is fact that not only Hasan but non-tankies like Chomsky, Urban have a grudge against Eastern Europeans. I mean, Chomsky is a pretty wild guy. Let me just say it like that. Okay, let's go. Let's just watch the clips first. Let's see what happens. So this is a Reddit. I'm just gonna put it here. Put this here. Make this full screen. Oh my god. Chosen to make this full screen. This Hasan Piker thing. No. No, he couldn't. Okay. I appreciate the offer, but no, he couldn't. Okay. Let's watch. It's muted, of course. Ah, I didn't unmute the video. I'm so smart. I'll think about it. I'll consider it. Okay.
Why does he think their governments just want peace? Oh, you were joking. They don't.
What? Okay. Oh my god, I hate the interface. I hate the interface of these things. Okay. But yes, technique, I will consider it.
Never did any wars. Why does he think their government wants peace? No. I mean, if I'm a Baltic state, it certainly makes infinitely more sense. Especially if I close my eyes and think of it as like not a buffer state for the more important European states that are actually like the really important NATO allies. You know what I mean? If I close my eyes.
Okay. Nobody thinks about these topics in these terms. I'm a really important NATO ally. I don't know where Hasan gets this idea in his head that Polish people or any other Baltic state people think in terms of I'm really important. I'm a really important NATO ally when I close my eyes. No. Do you know what people from Poland or any other Baltic NATO state thinks? We think we're in NATO, so Russia's not gonna attack us. That is what we think. We don't think like we're special, super special allies. No, we just think NATO, at least on paper, protects us from countries like Russia. And we also, by extension, think if Ukraine had been in NATO, we would not be in this mess right now. That is what we think. We don't think in terms of how special, how wonderful, what a bliss to have this special status.
Eyes for a brief moment and I'm Polish, I can imagine like NATO is
Polish. There you go. Mentioned. Poland mentioned. Sort of, but nobody in, let's be honest, nobody in Poland thinks about the NATO membership in terms of how important we are. We think of it in terms of how secure we are. That is the main consideration. Not how important we are, how secure we are. Because NATO is supposed to be a security guarantee, not an importance guarantee. And most countries, especially within the reach of Russia, know this. Always got the impression that Hassan thinks Eastern Europe are just frightened peasants that want to be powerful. I don't even know what he thinks about Eastern Europe. Like, he thinks that it's just a playground for Russia to take over.
It's actually there for me.
Like, there's gonna be a statement in the Ukraine bit that just blew my mind. I cannot believe how someone could be saying that without. You'll hear. No, don't worry. Like right now, we're just listening to a clip, but later we're gonna be listening to a full on thing, I guess. Wonderful. Oh bliss. Oh me, oh my. That's gonna be amazing.
And not simply protecting me on the boundaries of me being basically landmass between a more important state like Germany. You know,
Well, that's all great. That is all great and all, but at the end of the day, from the perspective of a person that lives here, from the perspective of the person whose parents lived in constant fear of an invasion like this happening, like the one that's happening right now, possibly happening at any moment, yeah, I personally do not care, surprisingly enough. If Poland, for example, is just a buffer state between the more important quote unquote countries and Russia, because the security guarantee is still there. It's a trade off. Even if the trade off is you assume the status of a buffer place for the quote unquote more important countries, as long as there's this guarantee of should Russia attack you, it's a war against the entirety of NATO, that's fine. That's fine. Like the buffer status is not the most important status. The security status is. And I can understand that for someone who lives comfortably in the US, like Hasan Piker, it's very difficult to grasp. But again, Poland has been part of the Russian Empire, Poland has been a Soviet satellite, and Poland has been in a constant threat of invasion, especially when the Solidarity are formed. Like the Solidarity doing their protests and marches and strikes. Like it was always with this hanging aloof risk that the USSR might just invade and cut it all short. You know, like it did with Czechoslovakia, like it did with Hungary. And even after the USSR collapsed, there was still this looming threat of Russia being able to get back on its feet and trying again. Because countries don't just change overnight. It was very naive for the more Western countries to think that it would. That just because the Soviet Union fell, the aspirations fell with it. No, they did not, as evidenced by what Russia did after the fall of the Soviet Union. Georgia, Chechnya, and now Ukraine. There's even this great movie from... Where is this movie from? Can't recall. It's an old movie. It's called... What's the English title for this movie? One moment, I can't. What's the original title? The Search. Yeah, The Search. The Search, about a young boy that gets separated from his sister in the Chechen War. And literally, the big caption on the movie cover says, "Yesterday Chechnya, today Ukraine, and tomorrow dots." Like, even then, people during the Chechnya war, they knew that Russia's out to continue its thing. Yesterday it's Chechnya, today it's Ukraine, tomorrow, who knows what it's gonna be. God only knows. The Baltic states, Poland, it all used to be part of the Russian Empire. So it's all fair game. Russification almost succeeded in the Congress Kingdom before World War I. Do I need to remind everybody that? Okay, let's listen. Let's listen about the Polish people.
You know what I mean?
I
Like,
don't know
if I
what you mean.
close my eyes, it feels like I'm actually important in the process, and not simply like an area to resupply forward operating bases. The reason
That's great. But first of all, I mean, that doesn't even make sense, because before Ukraine joins NATO, Poland is the frontline base. What other frontline base is there in Europe apart from Poland? Poland is the frontline base. Ukraine is not in NATO, so it cannot be a frontline base.
reason why I have a lot of smoke for
What is the frontline base that Poland is supplying?
Poland recently is the Visegrad tweet, because like his tweet about the highway of death really fucking brought something in me, like a deep anger and resentment
Oh yeah, the whatever.
inside of me.
So a totally unrelated thing has also, hello, Faxilux. A totally unrelated thing has pushed you on a whole rant about Poland. Got it. Like a totally unrelated tweet. Got you on a whole rant about Poland being happy about being in NATO for made up reasons that you decided to tell us. Yeah, Visa. I know the Visegrad. I know the account. It actually gets some criticism from what I know. Like, again, for someone like Hasan Piker, it really is unfathomable. Unfathomable that I'm the first generation in Poland that didn't have to worry about a Soviet/Russian invasion non-stop. Visegrad? Yeah, I've heard criticisms. Visegrad, yeah, I've heard criticisms. Like, again, you have to remember, I don't even know if the viewers here know this, but the socialism/communism, the regime in Poland, it didn't end with some bloody revolution or bloody fight. It ended peacefully because the government decided that it didn't stand a chance. Because thank God, the Soviet Union at that point was actually not in the shape to invade. Oh, Visegrad. Okay, okay, got it, Visegrad. Okay, got it. Like in shoe, got it. So since the USSR was not in shape to actually invade, at the point where, like, sort of, the government got into the talks with Solidarity, that meant that the government's hands were pretty much very tied, right? Limited, to say the least. And so they decided we will sit down and talk in an event called the Round Table Talks. And we will sort of do elections in which people will be basically able to actually decide if they still want us or if they want you, right? And the elections clearly decided that people didn't want the old regime. But first of all, till the very end, the regime still considered quelling, like shutting down Solidarity by force. Okay, that was like, I just received a new book about this with leaked documents, etc. The government still, to the very end, considered just shutting it down by force. Like, not doing the talks, not doing the negotiations, etc. But the big thing has always been the threat of a Soviet invasion. Like, like the Soviet Union, when it was in a better shape, sort of came hard on Hungary, came hard on Czechoslovakia. Like, Poland had in its mind all the time that a special operation might happen at any moment. At any point in time, a special operation might occur to sort of put the Poles in their place. And that is even what the regime feared. Like, some of the moves that the regime did, they said we did it because we feared that the Soviet Union might invade. That was also even the consideration of the regime that was, technically speaking, working under the Soviet Union, because they feared that if they cannot handle the Solidarity, the Soviet Union would look at them and say, hey, looks like you're not doing very well, so we just have to move in with the army and take charge, clean up this mess, right? And so, again, even after the fall of the Soviet Union, countries don't just change overnight without serious changes like the ones made to Germany. Like, just because the Soviet Union fell, it wouldn't automatically mean that Russia would be guaranteed to become docile. It would not mean that. So of course Poland would jump at the opportunity to join the European Union and NATO, because those, at least on paper, would guarantee that should Russia stand on its feet again, would not try to reclaim its satellites, and of course it did. Chechnya, again, Georgia, and now Ukraine. Again, like the movie slogan says, yesterday Chechnya, today Ukraine, tomorrow dots. The regimes always were afraid of the invasion, by the way. I confirmed this from Hungarian side that Poland in the 80s had to fear of invasion. That had been accounts of conscripts in the 80s who were ready for days for war invasion due to solidarity. Yeah, that is why in Poland the infamous, apparently that is the regime's excuse for it. That is why what's the term? Oh God, what's the term when you sort of introduce the warlike state? Martial law. That's why the martial law was introduced in Poland by the government to sort of start cracking down on Solidarity members, to put them in jail. My father was put in jail at that time. My uncle was put in jail at that time, along with other pretty big Solidarity figures. All that because the regime was afraid of an invasion. And then after a year, sort of, there was an amnesty for the prisoners. So my father, I think, spent only 1 year in prison or something. But the point is this. There has always been this looming threat of something like what's happening in Ukraine happening to Poland. And so, of course, again, European Union, NATO, it was a very obvious trajectory. Many politicians in the 90s ran their campaigns with one of the main things being like European Union and then NATO. Of course. And it won them votes. I know, because my father won an election like that. He was an elected parliament member. And one of his big slogans was a good integration into Europe, which meant entering the European Union.
Inside of my soul, just the notion of like masturbating to American imperialism as though you're part of the
So
team.
no, it's not masturbating to American imperialism and being part of the team. I'm gonna ignore some unrelated tweet from a problematic like X/Twitter account. The reality of the situation is a pragmatic security measure against being invaded. That's it.
Team dog. Yeah, no, definitely.
That's it.
Look at us. We got look at us. We got it, dude. We got it. We're
Yeah,
so
we got it. We're not gonna be invaded. Whoopee.
your Ottoman epigenetic memories activated. Well, that too. Okay.
Haha. What a joke. What a joke. Relative of the person that not so long ago denied the Armenian genocide and has a show called The Young Turks. How wonderful.
I don't discount that anger, but you've been shitting on Poland for days now. Okay, well.
That's it for the clip.
Remedy.
I'm not even sure what he says later then, but there's a second clip about Poland. So don't worry, we're not quite done with Poland yet. And then we're gonna head to Ukraine, you know, the current, because like insulting Poland is one thing. It's a really stupid argument about NATO and the incentives to be in NATO. But that's okay. Poland has a lot to be criticized about right now. The major thing being the whole border blockade thing. But Ukraine, the super consistent thing that Hasan has been wrong on from before day one of the invasion. He kept saying stubbornly that it would not happen. Okay, we're looking for clip number 2. This one apparently can just count as a joke, although I'm not in the mood for jokes from Hasan Piker, knowing his beliefs on different things.
That Russia and China have quietly infiltrated parts of our
Hello,
infrastructure
Shataka.
systems. They haven't done anything with that. But they're
Bro, the only country that unironically takes a fat W in all of this is Poland, because they don't know how to use computers. Like, there's only one computer in the country.
I guess I'm using the one computer in the country right now to stream for you. I'm taking up the only computer in Poland.
And many people don't even know how to use it. So therefore, they are so not susceptible to cyber warfare. It's kind of crazy when you think about it.
Crazy.
So who's the real winner in this global cyber war after all? That's right, Kurwa.
At least learn to say the word, please. Like, at least learn to pronounce the word. It's with a hard V. Bro on the Poland hate train lately. Rare Poland W, I saw it. Wait, for real?
Poland.
Stop. I'm using it right now.
they're probably there. At least that's what a lot of analysts and experts think. And that
True.
we have probably done the same to them. And that we're all just sitting there with our little time bombs put in.
Poland has one
No wonder you're the largest Polish transmitter then.
computer, and it's running at all times, and it's actually running to make the next CD Projekt Red video game.
To our enemy's castle in case we need to
No, it's running to make this stream happen.
use them. And we want
Also true. No wonder I'm the biggest one since I'm the only one with the computer.
our enemy to kind of know that we're there. There's
Oh,
this
that's
list that I've been looking at of
Super
all
cool.
of the cyber attacks. CSIS, the think tank that I used to work at, documents these. And I was surprised that I hadn't heard of almost any of them because they're small, but they're frequent. To me, this is the future of cyber warfare.
Wait, he worked at CSIS? Oh, God.
Oh god. Hello, Gabriel Cinemaging. Okay, I guess that's it. So we're done with Poland. We're gonna
That
go back
Russia
to
and China.
We're gonna go back to Poland, sort of. What did Poland ever do to Hasan? I mean, the same thing that Ukraine did. Nothing. Oh wait, I know. I actually have an answer to that. Ukraine existed as part of the Soviet Union. Poland existed as the Soviet, like, satellite state. Hello, Amara. But they were all ungrateful. They were also ungrateful about the paradise that the Soviet Union have, like, given to those countries. The wonderful heaven that the USSR has created for Ukraine via the Holodomor and many other wonderful things. The wonderful paradise that the Soviet Union has created for the Polish people via the special NKVD operation, which killed about 200,000 Polish people, via taking away reparations from Germany away from Poland, or forbidding Poland from taking advantage of the Marshall Plan, and then saying that actually the Soviet Union would sort of pay sort of reparations, but never did. How wonderful. How wonderful it is to be part of the Russian world, part of the Soviet world. Like, it's the most amazing thing in the world. Only a fool would not take that deal. And that is basically what Poland and also Ukraine have done to Hasan. Those countries just couldn't appreciate the Marxism dream. The Marxist-Leninist dream. Apologies. Apologies. So let's go. Twitch. Okay, can I go to, there we go. Got the link. Wonderful. Wonderful. Hasan Piker. We're gonna watch the full thing of the Ukraine discussion. And we're gonna discuss some socialism along the way, because it seems like some people need a reminder that actually
the failure to
Eastern Europe has Marxism pretty well handled on a theoretical level. Believe it or not, countries that were part of the Eastern Bloc actually did some form of Marxist theory, which is why, ironically enough, a lot of dedicated Marxists opposed the regimes in the Eastern Bloc and the Soviet state, because they knew that what those countries did had nothing to do with actual Marxist doctrine, because they learned the theory. What irony that this system has basically educated its own opponent. Maybe, who knows? Okay, let's
support Ukraine at this critical moment.
see. This supposedly
freaking
has
weekend. You say Friday.
the whole conversation.
I thought you were
so
getting
that
the
we
movie
don't,
Maestro.
you know, so that we don't.
No, mine is like.
So that we don't
This
miss
one-
out on any context. No context missed. We're gonna plow through the whole thing so that we do not insult Mr. Hassan's intelligence with just clips. As a Polish person, I felt very comfortable with just watching the Polish thing from clips. But you know what? For the Ukraine thing, we're gonna watch the whole conversation that is being had about Navalny, and I think Avdiivka as well.
That I went to dinner. Austin was paying. And
Amazing.
I saw some of it.
Beautiful.
It's a
yes.
meme, man.
Where does Ukraine
But it's
begin?
genocide argument. Genocide Joe argument.
Okay, let's go.
All fucking stream.
I think it begins with the Biden thing. Ukraine.
Anyway.
Have I got some lovely materials for you all to illustrate just how entrenched into the whole Marxism, socialism, and everything, of course, logically speaking, everybody was under the Eastern Bloc.
Good afternoon. I'm heading off to East Palestine in a moment, but I wanted to say a few things this morning about
Let's talk about Russia.
Alexei Navalny. You know, like millions of people around the world, I'm
going to say it real quick.
Yes.
Everyone in Russia, everyone involved in Russian politics is Vladimir Putin's guy. Okay?
Okay.
And just because this guy was not technically Vladimir Putin's guy does not automatically make him a good guy.
I mean, that's not how politics necessarily work. Like, politics usually, like, only in very extreme examples can you cleanly, like, divide politics into good guys and bad guys. Usually, it does not work like that. It cannot work like that. If it always worked like that, you would get nothing done, ever. You have to compromise with some people. It is actually a rare thing to get people like Putin in politics, to get people like Mike Johnson in politics, to get people like Trump. Like, usually, you have to accept that the enemy of my enemy, for example, is my ally against, let's say, Putin. So just because Navalny wasn't a good guy, in some respects, he was actually an awful guy. Like when it comes to Crimea and many other things, it doesn't change the fact that he was still, at this point in time, the best shot at opposition that Russia has had. Oh, I guess I answered your question. I guess I answered your question. And yes, his wife has announced that she's gonna continue his work, but I'm sad to announce that this has not done any good for the wife of the arrested presidential candidate in Belarus. So we'll see if it does anything for Navalny's wife.
Vladimir Putin, very bad guy. We all know that. Alexei Navalny, not a good guy either, okay? Just anti-Vladimir Putin, which is
Okay, so what is your point? What point are you trying to make? We all know that. We're not idiots. We all know what the politics of Navalny were. He was mainly fixing of the undertones of imperialism were there, of course. We know that. But you don't actually believe in Russian imperialism all that much, since you say that by invading Ukraine, Russia is just getting back its territory. So what part of Putin being a bad guy does Navalny have? Since you don't even seem to think that Putin is all that big of a bad guy.
is why, of course, many people immediately jumped on the train of like being like, oh, Navalny, he's so, he's based. He hates Putin. He's like, and then you find out about his like personal opinions on xenophobia and racism, and you're like, oh, never mind. Never mind. But
Nobody said he was based. People said that he was a workable opposition against Putin, which is also actually questionable. But that is the stance that people take, that he was actually a viable opposition to Putin's regime. And actually, some even put forward the theory that that Putin was afraid of the fall of the Tsardom scenario. Because you know what? When you let your enemy live, the enemy might not seem dangerous now, but it might actually bite you in the ass later. Like the Tsar let Lenin off the hook. He didn't kill Lenin. And what happened? Lenin became a German weapon and basically took down the Tsarat. So basically Putin was thinking, well, this guy might not be dangerous now in the Wagner, but you know what? Later he just might become dangerous and threaten my regime. So I might as well kill him now and clean up the loose ends that might bite me in the ass later. Like, you know, in the past it has the Tsars.
But regardless, there was a dude who made a documentary on him. I was supposed to have him on the stream to get a better insight into Navalny's. How the fuck do you know Putin's bad? How the fuck do I know Vladimir Putin is bad? Well, one, I'm from a country that has our own Vladimir Putin. His name is Recep Tayyip Erdogan. And across the board, not good, okay? Not good at all. So that's number one.
Oh,
number
wow,
two,
great.
I don't know. Think about all of the things that Vladimir Putin has done in his rise to power. Okay?
That you don't care about. You don't even care about to speak to anyone from our region. You don't even care. Like, forget about that. Forget about that. Forget about talking to any informed Ukrainian. You won't even talk about anyone who is informed about the subject. Period.
Whether it be invading neighboring countries like Ukraine.
Well, you didn't seem to be so much against it when it happened. You said it was Russia gaining back its territory. I'm not gonna forget that. You said it loud and clear.
Or aligning himself with or engaging in brutal actions in his foreign policy in general.
Oh, you mean genocidal action, like in Ukraine, again. Brutal action. You were sent videos of executions today by people from Ukraine who begged you to talk to them because of the nonsense that you're spewing. I saw it.
He's done some cool shit like ride horses shirtless. That much is true.
Ha ha ha. Very funny joke. As Ukrainian cities are being erased from the map, quite literally. Very funny shirtless Putin joke. I cannot contain my laughter.
Or
how based.
Bring forward phenomenal American talent like Steven Seagal to make them ambassadors.
Forgive me for not seeing the humor, especially today.
Okay, but overall, yeah, Chechnya. I mean, there's a lot. There's a lot of assassinations.
It
so
does,
much,
doesn't it?
so much good stuff overall, but some actually good stuff like Steven Seagal. So who's to say if he's really a bad guy at all?
He did not support it, but he was okay with it, which to me is basically a distinction without a difference. Saying that Russia is simply gaining back its territories, to me, it's basically supporting it. Sorry, not sorry. Saying that giving a voice to Ukrainians is psychotic. Great. Great, as always. Wonderful.
Let's continue. Let's hear what he had to say about Navalny, though.
Both not surprised and outraged by the news. Reported death of Alexei Navalny. He bravely stood up.
Yeah, I love when people go, what do you think about Vladimir Putin? What do you think about Vladimir Putin being, how do you know he's a bad guy? We're literally watching like his I guess, main opposite.
Listen, today I'm focusing on his Ukrainian takes. I can focus on his One Piece takes next time. Today we're lasering on Ukraine and possibly on Marxism.
Position that is like outside of the sphere of Putin's influence, partially because he was most likely backed by American interests in general. That one guy who just died. So,
okay.
I wonder how that happened. I mean, this Putin guy.
Also, there's more than just one guy. There is still political prisoners that now that this has happened and had zero repercussions might happen to all of them. There are quite a few political prisoners who are against Putin in jail in lagers. Did you know that, Hasan Piker? And now, I guess they're just all gonna be quietly executed since it's not a big deal. It's like Putin's just gonna receive a wag of the finger. Because what else is gonna happen? Not to even mention that all the other despots of the world are gonna look at this and be like, oh wow, nice, so we can just sort of purge our opposition now. And it's not really a big deal. Okay, that's pretty cool. Great. That's great. Because these sort of things have actually, repercussions outside of Russia as well. We live in a pretty connected world and everybody's watching one another. It's not like in the Holodomor times when everything's isolated and you can invite a guest and put wool over their eyes and do a big inscenization and pretend everything's fine. We find out about things much easier now than in the past.
To the corruption, the violence, and all the bad things that the Putin government was doing. In response, Putin had him poisoned. He had him arrested. He had him prosecuted for fabricated crimes. He sentenced him to prison. He was held in isolation. Even all that didn't stop him from calling out Putin's lies. Even in prison, he was a powerful voice for the truth, which is kind of amazing when you think about it.
It was a mixed bag, to put it delicately, especially when it comes to Ukraine, which is a pretty significant topic. Should be to you, Joe Biden, but then again, he was opposed to Putin, I suppose.
And he could have lived safely in exile after the assassination attempt on him in 2020,
He did
which nearly
choose to
killed him, I
return.
might add. But he was traveling outside the country at the time. Instead, he returned to Russia.
Yeah, Big L. Big mistake, by the way. Don't do that.
Russia, knowing he'd likely be imprisoned or even killed if he continued his work. But he did it anyway because he believed so deeply in his country, in Russia.
Which is, I will say, a mistake, especially since it's a long story. Like, the society is basically just very subverted to the government, and I already said last stream why I think that is. I think it's unironically a legacy of Joseph Stalin's big project of turning people into Soviet people, which were subjugated to the state because the state had a grander purpose of moving history forward, and the state itself was personified by its leader, Joseph Stalin. And in this case, Putin. So people basically have drilled into their heads that what their individual wishes, their individual needs, for example, being able to comfortably buy groceries, means little in the grander scheme of things of the great Russia doing grand historical things on the world stage and moving history forward, quote unquote. And Putin being the figure that sort of personifies that grand purpose. I believe that Putin's taking a lot of cues from Stalin in that regard.
Reports of his death, if they're true, and I have no reason to believe they're not, Russian authorities are going to tell their own story. But make no mistake, Putin is responsible for Navalny's death. Putin.
I mean, this part is like true on every front. Even if he died to natural causes, which very unlikely.
I mean, technically speaking, like in Belarus, the person that should have won the election in Belarus also affected a lot of people, but in the end, we know how it ended. Like, we need more than just that. We need much more than just that. We would need a Russian Euromaidan, and we know that's not happening. At least I don't think it's happening. Maybe I hope I'll be proven wrong. I just don't see it happening.
Even though the timing of it is suspicious, leading up to like an election, right? It technically he is at the response.
I think people are just too numb in Russia to do Euromaidan. I think it's like they would need to be shaken much more. I don't even know what would it take for the sort of the Russian society to wake up from its lethargic, quite honestly, state. Like, a couple of hundred people were arrested, I think 400, that tried to sort of put flowers, etc. when Navalny died, and they were arrested, and that's basically it.
Responsibility of the state. He's in prison. If you die in prison, the state fucked up, no matter what. Okay? So that part is 100% true, regardless.
Is responsible. What has happened to Navalny is yet more proof of Putin's brutality.
Yeah, while there's no like immediate motive, I guess, while there's no immediate motive, I do still believe that, come on.
No one should be fooled. Not in Russia, not at home, not anywhere in the world.
I mean, it doesn't matter if no one's fooled. What matters is what consequences will come from it. And so far, the answer is none. So it doesn't matter if anybody's fooled. It doesn't matter if anybody believes or does not believe that Putin executed Navalny. It doesn't even matter, in my opinion. At least it doesn't matter to Putin. It might matter to the wider international public opinion, sure, but to Putin it doesn't really matter.
Putin does not only target his citizens of other countries, as we've seen what's going on in Ukraine.
There's no motive in the sense that he's already in prison and he already had been like very publicly poisoned by Putin. You know,
That is a stupid thing to say. Lenin was also at some point imprisoned and very much at the mercy of the Tsars. And we all know what happened when the Tsars let their enemy live, right? He came back and overthrew the Tsar. That was the logic behind it. Or at least one possible logic behind it. It was one possible sort of,
you know what I mean? That's what I mean.
So just because you have someone in prison, it doesn't mean, first of all, that they will be in prison forever. They can escape, for one. A lot of different complicating factors can happen when you keep your enemy alive, even in prison.
Like,
Stalin was exiled to Siberia, and he almost missed the revolution, by the way. By chance, he got wind of it and escaped and took part in it. Like, when you keep your enemy alive, imprisoned, it doesn't guarantee that they are no longer a threat, as history has demonstrated time and time again. So yeah, there is motive, even if Navalny was imprisoned in a lager somewhere in a isolated land.
there's obviously a motive, like a broader motive, but it's more like there's already like the obvious motive, right?
What's the
It just, I think it's more so like I guess it brings up additional political complications for him. I don't really know.
Brilliant analysis from the huge leftist streamer Hasan. I guess it brings him some political complications. I don't really know. I don't really know what I'm talking about. Yeah, I guess an entropy fan. Navalny could have very well been a plan B for the oligarchs should Putin prove to be a liability. Because basically, if we really analyze Navalny's sort of line, he also had a lot of imperialistic tendencies, so he would fit right in should he be given a chance to shine.
I don't really know if that translates to like
the word, like the dangerous thing about Navalny is that maybe he would have fixed some of the corruption, which would have made Russia more, I don't know, effective, which would have been pretty bad, actually, ironically enough. Fixing the corruption within an imperialist Russia would have actually been pretty dangerous for the world. Because it's not just corruption that needs fixing in Russia. Russia's biggest problem is not corruption. Corruption is actually the thing that has made Russia, thank God, do many, many mishaps in the war. Like trading fuel for things. Or doing many, many other stuff that had pretty big results, especially early in the invasion when tanks ran out of fuel. Do we remember that still? These memes? Do we remember these still? Vehicles running out of fuel, and even some Russian soldiers asking the locals for fuel. Do we remember that? I remember. It was a disaster. And it was caused by soldiers stealing fuel. Corruption.
Like real issues domestically at all? Anyway, let's continue.
Right now, he also inflicts terrible crimes on his own people. And as people across Russia and around the world are mourning Navalny.
Keep that same energy for Epstein.
And of course, the big disconnect that Vladimir Putin is just convinced, at least officially, that Russia uses state-of-the-art equipment and soldiers on the ground complaining that it's low-quality equipment that breaks down, that is garbage. And that also is a result of corruption, cutting corners, taking away some money, pocketing money. A lot of it is corruption. He could be. Like, we actually don't know what Navalny would have done if he would be actually in power. That is absolutely correct. We cannot know that, and we will never know that because he is dead.
I think you're lost here if you don't think that I have the exact same energy for Epstein. Like almost identical, unless you're talking about just like Joe Biden saying these things, because
there's gonna be a guest joining. Like, this is just a speech, but I don't want to miss anything. I don't want to miss anything. And unlike, oh my god, a bottle fell. Don't worry, I'm gonna cut that out. Unlike Russia, Ukraine is actually doing something about its corruption because, for one, it's a pretty big, huge thing you need to do before joining the European Union. It's a big condition. Okay, it's a pretty big condition. Poland had to do away with a lot of its corruption. Like, people don't remember this, but Poland and Ukraine, after the fall of the Soviet Union, were not all that far apart from one another in stuff like corruption and stuff like poverty. They were not that far apart. And then sort of the joining of the European Union happened. Like, I'm giving you a very simplified, of course, version of events, but Poland has gained a lot from joining the European Union. It is often forgotten because Poland is just looked at how it is today, and nobody really remembers, or nobody rather knows, how it used to be. It used to be a Wild West where everybody could do whatever they wanted. I want to build this here. No permit needed. Whatever. I do whatever. And it has like benefited a lot. And Ukraine has looked at Poland. That was one of the factors why Ukraine actually felt favorable towards joining the European Union, because they looked at Poland and saw, hey, this country right next to us used to be a lot more like us. And look at us now. Look at the difference. We could do the same. We could join the European Union and also sort of, like, I remember in like the pretty early 2000s thinking to myself, wow, so my friend who is Ukrainian, wants to buy an apartment in Ukraine, I think for her son or something. And Ukrainian apartments are really cheap now. And sooner or later, I thought to myself, Ukraine is going to join European Union, etc. And then the whole thing's gonna go up, which means that the apartment prices are gonna be up. So if I buy an apartment now in Ukraine, it's gonna be a huge investment. But things have not worked out quite like that. Try to see if you see some keyword that triggers that hide. Yeah, but they really don't want another Hungary or Poland. English people will be asking to go work in Poland in a few years, probably. The irony. Poland is in better shape, has problems, better shape than Hungary. Yeah, but because Hungary is a specific case, because Hungary did what the Law and Justice Party tried to do now and succeeded, right? Keep in mind, the Law and Justice Party said we want to make Warsaw the new Budapest. In no uncertain terms, the Law and Justice Party said we want to emulate Hungary in what it did with its governance. And thank God it failed. Thank God it failed. Now, Orban needs to fail because of the whole scandal that is happening now. I actually saw newest news that apparently Hungary will not block the 13th sanction package. And I really wonder if it has anything to do with the instability within Hungary right now because of the scandal. Yeah, he is a talented politician. We do need to give him that. But okay, we're gonna talk about Hungary some other time. Today we're focusing on Ukraine. There is a lot to talk about Hungary, especially recently with the horrible pedophilia scandal, how it created big protests, how the regime was shaken a bit. I'm not sure what the situation is now, but it definitely did not leave the regime unhurt. So yeah. No, not Ukrainian aid, sanction package for Russia. Not Ukrainian aid. Apparently because Hungary said that they would block the sanction package number 13 for Russia, and now I read that Hungary will not block the sanctions towards Russia anymore. So I was wondering if it was related in any way to sort of this brittle state. Okay, let's continue. Let's just continue.
Yes. Epstein was... Oh, you meant Biden. Okay. Because Jeffrey Epstein's death was also incredibly suspicious.
Okay, let's not make such
And
comparisons.
not only that, but also... Jeffrey Epstein's death was also incredibly suspicious, but he also died in federal prison under very suspicious circumstances. So yes, I still maintain the position that he did not kill himself, but instead absolutely was assassinated by the federal government.
Okay.
And the same principle stands for Jeffrey Epstein. He is supposed to be cared for by the fucking state.
Okay, why are we talking about
Epstein? He's supposed to be cared
Epstein?
for by the state. He died under Trump.
Why?
Yes, he died under Trump. And Bill Barr is the primary responsible party in this circumstance as the head of the DOJ. And not only that, but also, it is worthy of an investigation. If there wasn't actual bipartisan support on things of that nature, in my opinion, considering that he was also most likely an asset for the State Department.
Today, because he was so many things that Putin was not. He was brave, he was principled, he was dedicated to building a Russia where the rule of law existed. And
I mean, I will admit that Navalny is being praised a little bit too much in the West. Tries to argue that US is like Russia. It is not. It is not. Not even close. I know. That's why I'm saying this is totally unrelated. Because US and Russia are totally two different worlds. Totally two different worlds. To try to compare Russia to the US, it just means you don't have a clue. You don't know what you're talking about at that point. You're lost. How many Crimeas has US annexed lately? Tucker Carlson can exist in the US and in Russia apparently as well.
Of where it applied to everybody. Navalny believed in that Russia.
What is this fish?
He knew it was a cause worth fighting for.
You're making a mistake, Moose Watcher. Navalny wasn't actually necessarily for democratization of Russia. He was for toppling the regime of Putin. But toppling the regime of Putin and saying that Putin is corrupt does not automatically mean that he was for democratization. I mean, he can be tolerated. What I mean is that Tucker Carlson can be tolerated within Russia, if that makes sense. He will be tolerated as a useful idiot guest. Right. That is what I meant.
And obviously even dying for. This tragedy reminds us of the stakes of this moment. We have to provide the funding so Ukraine can keep defending itself.
Like, Lenin also said that he was pro-democratization of Russia when he went against the Tsars. And we all know how that ended. Just to sort of keep things in perspective.
Against Putin's vicious onslaughts and war crimes. You know, there was a bipartisan Senate vote that passed.
Like, we should be careful in the evaluation of Navalny as much as he's praised. We should be a bit careful about that, in my opinion. Oh yeah, I 100% agree. Tucker Carlson cannot emerge within Russia. He has no idea how media environment works. Yeah, I agree 100%. Yeah, he can be a useful idiot, certainly.
Overwhelmingly in the United States Senate to fund Ukraine. Now, as I've said before, and I mean this in a literal sense, history is watching. History is watching the House of Representatives. The failure to support Ukraine at this critical moment will never be forgotten. It's going to go down in the pages of history. It really is. It's consequential. And the clock is ticking. And this has to happen. We have to help now.
2-week recess,
we have to
by the
realize
way.
what we're dealing with Putin.
Mike Johnson,
all of us should
thank you.
reject the dangerous statements made by the previous president.
I don't even know what's going to happen to the aid
invited
at
Russia
this point.
to invade our NATO allies if they weren't paying up. He said if an ally did not pay their dues, he'd encourage Russia to, quote, do whatever the hell they want.
It wants. It's Russia.
My controversial opinion on this, which, oh my God, I probably should not have a controversial opinion on this, is that the like, it wasn't, I mean, I'll wait for obviously an investigation, even though, like, come on, it's not going to be a real one. We'll probably never know, right? It's almost impossible to get fucking real information on things such as this, regardless.
Regardless of
Wait,
what?
hold on one second. I gotta bring in. I'm gonna bring in my guest in a second.
Oh my God, the guest.
Actually, you know what? Let me do that real quick because we have a Ukraine expert that I will have.
Ukrainian expert who lived as a teacher for a few years in the country, long before the war. I might add, that sort of expert. Was it between 2017 and 18? Great. Ukraine expert.
Coming on because we're going to be talking about like Ukraine updates as well.
You're going to be coming in person or online?
Discord? Let's see.
Also a Marxist, as I've heard. So we have Marxist materials here prepared to give a little bit of
Is that
context.
Jeff Wittick, star of The Bachelor? No. The H3 Bachelor? No. We were talking about how Navalny said Muslim migrants are cockroaches. Yeah. I'm not a fan of the guy either. Okay, I'm not a fan of either of these people.
No step on snake.
Let's do
Bring
it.
in the guest. Hurry up, please.
Okay.
Huh.
Okay, send your request. Okay. Boom. Okay, I'm gonna give a call to Carl Bayer right now, and we'll continue talking about this in with him on board. Hello.
Hey, can you hear me? You there?
Oh my God, the audio is really bad. Holy shit. Hello.
Fix your audio, please.
Do you? Okay, I would look at
Fix
your
your audio,
sources real
expert.
quick on your user settings, and look at click on voice and video because it's like crazy
no,
bad.
Marxist.
Shit. All right, give me a sec.
Yeah, look at your input device.
No,
And
that's a real Marxist. Real Marxist audio. Now we really know we're dealing with a Marxist. No prep whatsoever. Lovely.
and cycle through them. And
Echo
I
as
can
well.
also hear myself as well, so I think you might have like the stream open or something.
Yeah. Hold on.
We ready to do this? I've got
Okay, and
so
Wow,
cool
is
things
it
for you here.
distorted? What's going on?
It's like incredibly. It just sounds robotic.
I'm ready.
It's patchy. It sounds like there's like a.
It sounds
there's like an
Marxist.
input issue. It's like distorted. It's everything.
It's
I don't know how else to
Marxist.
describe it.
Marxist audio.
Nah, shit.
I've described it.
Wait, it might be getting better.
Yeah,
Wait,
Is the same better?
No.
it's a little bit
It's-
better, but
no,
it's like
it's not.
still super blown out. What
basically
kind of
the same.
microphone are you using? Is it a headset mic?
I have a Yeti here. I don't think the hardware is the problem. I think I may just have poor reception out here. I don't have broadband where I live, so.
No, it's definitely not the reception. I think it's the hardware. Do you mind flipping it off of like the Yeti to something else? Do you have anything else? Like your gain is really high. I think that your microphone gain is really high. I would lower that. I would on the Yeti. There's a knob. I would maybe play around with that a little bit and lower it. And worst case, we can just do it over the phone because I think like a phone would most likely be better. But
A
I mean, just
phone?
play around with the knob a little bit and then
This is the
get
mic
back
from
to me.
1944.
and
Sounds like
speak,
it.
and I can let me see and tell you if it's because your audio quality is like
Not
not
good.
great. Hello, Carl.
Karl Marx.
Okay, you're deafened now, so you can't hear me. Hello?
Analog modem. Oh, come on. Stop wasting our time.
Anyway, while we're waiting on that, I'll give you guys a little bit of a background on Carl and also give you a little.
A teacher in Ukraine for 2 years. That's the background. And has many friends. And is a Marxist. There you go. I've saved you a speech. That's the background.
Bit of a background on the top of the hour ad break, which is coming right now. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe
I'm
for
not
$5 or
subscribing.
for free. Here's a 3-minute ad break now.
No, never.
Okay.
I'm not doing
That's
that.
number one. Number two, Carl Bayer is a Jacobin mag writer. Okay. He lived in Ukraine for a couple years. And
Long before the war. But go on. And by war, I mean the full-scale invasion. Just so we're clear.
And I would say that he has he works for the People's Policy Project, the think tank, a crowdfunded think tank,
Amazing.
and writes for Jacobin magazine.
Amazing. Great.
And I think that he has a very interesting take on Ukraine in general as someone who's lived there. And I've been meaning to have him on to discuss for a minute now. Can you hear me, Carl?
You know who you could have on who have lived like in Ukraine for some time? Ukrainians. They've lived in Ukraine for quite a bit. For a few years at least, I would say. You could have them on and you could listen to their perspective. What a novelty. You could, you know, interview the natives.
Discord reads like you're speaking. You have a green circle around you, but I can't hear you at all. So maybe you lowered the gain a little too much potentially.
That would have been too much, wouldn't it? An overload of coolness.
I don't know. I can't hear you at all now.
If you'd actually have Ukrainian people on.
Hello? Oh, I hear you breathing.
I mean, they tell him that he's full of crap, so maybe that's a little bit too much of a risk.
I think I just heard
I
you
don't know.
breathe.
Hello, hello.
Wait.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
Oh,
Testing
okay. This is a
1,
little bit better.
2, 3, but still not ideal. Still a bit Marxist.
Can you hear me now?
Even
Yeah,
I've got
still
better
definitely.
audio. And I'm not a prestigious Marxist writer who lived in Ukraine
Jacobin
as a teacher
subscriber
for
here.
2
They do
years.
fantastic work. Says paleontologizing. That's a sick name. Paleo salute. Paleontologizing. I assumed that you were
Prison Sunday follows him
paleontologist.
on Twitter.
I dig dinosaurs. I assumed that you do that. It would be an odd name to have if you didn't do that. That's sick. That's cool as hell. I love Twitch channels that have like unique interests like that.
Okay.
Or unique work like that.
Oh yeah, I have to go to a place tomorrow.
Stop hiding Godzilla. Oh shit. Don't get the Godzilla truthers started in here, dude. Uh-oh.
Oh. The worst thing about this is that I'm actually gonna have to cut out all of this crap when I edit the video to be a segment. I'm not gonna keep this in.
Chris Pratt is mid and homophobic, and I'm tired of pretending like he's not. That's cool. I don't know where that came from, but okay.
And then why
I
you read
just
it?
log on the phone and call in that way, in my opinion. Probably the best and
Have
fastest
mercy.
way to do this. Okay, while
Have
he's working on
mercy
that,
on me.
I'm going to hello,
I
Carl,
came here
can you
for
hear me?
context, not for this.
Yeah, can you hear me right now?
Oh, dude, perfect. It
You there?
worked. You fixed it. You fixed it completely.
Wonderful.
Let's go.
Right before I came on, there's a driver download that just totally messed up my headphones and my headphone mic and everything. And so I
Okay,
think
good.
that's what
Good.
happened.
Can we get to the point now?
Okay.
We don't need
Carl, can you
excuses.
give us well, you know, it happens. We're all tech boomers out here.
Some of us are, certainly.
So obviously a lot has occurred in the time frame where I asked you to come on, especially for like Russian politics, I guess. Which we can
Russian
touch on,
politics.
as well as
Yeah.
we were just watching Joe Brandon talk about how
A bunch of Westerners discussing Russian politics. You're never gonna get people from the region, are you? Because they don't know any better. Of course, they don't know any better. Why would you have them on when you can have a proxy like this guy?
Alexei Navalny's death is a result of Putin and his thugs, he said, taking a strong stance against Vladimir Putin. And I don't know if you looked at all of the Hasan Ukraine takes that was swirling around as I asked you to go through them a little bit. Maybe you didn't, maybe you did. I don't know. We can go through them as well.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay, let's see. As one of the takes, the whole having Ukrainian voices on is psychopathic and perverted. Is that gonna be a take?
Yeah, I looked through it a bit and looked
A
at
bit.
some of the responses and that kind of thing. So I have a general idea, I think.
Yeah.
of what's
Okay,
going on.
general
So
idea.
you are, do you mind giving a little bit
Of an
of your
introduction.
background to those
Background.
in the audience that might not be familiar with your work? Because I feel like while you are also a dirty little lefty, I feel like your opinion on Ukraine is shaped by your experience with Ukraine. You lived there, right?
Yeah.
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 You lived there.
Yeah, I lived there between 2017 and about 2018.
So I was correct.
And I was just teaching there. I went out there to teach English. I've also lived in Russia. I lived in Moscow for a little bit. And besides that, I have some academic background in Russia. I'm a member of the Association for Slavic, East European, and Eurasian Studies.
Okay.
This is, I would say, this is kind of like my geopolitical field, or as close as it comes.
Okay. There you go. Some powerful credentials. Let's see if they will translate into some powerful words. Hasan really is a U.S. Western chauvinist. Just can't comprehend it.
But yeah, I've been to both.
Again, why not get people from Ukraine on? There are many educated experts in Ukraine right now that could come on and speak on the issues. Why not do it?
Countries, and then sort of all over Ukraine, traveled all over the place, and feel like I have a
Who've lived in Ukraine a bit longer than for 2 years as teachers of English. No offense.
pretty good handle on what's going on there.
Okay, perfect. On that note, I think that there was, I feel like in the Russian invasion of Ukraine, there were a lot of people who took L's, myself included, in terms of reading the situation and thinking that I had this a famous tweet that everybody keeps always bringing up, where I said that Putin is a bad person and not a mad person. And that he would never be able to permanently annex a country with 44 million people that has a national project of being not a part of Russia, which is albeit reductive terms. But I think that I still stand by the second part of that. But this was the reason why I was very callous in my analysis, alongside many of our friends, our mutuals, like the Chapo boys as well, saying that Russia will never invade Ukraine. You guys are fucking going crazy over that kind of thing. And you had I guess you had a slight difference in perspective at that time, maybe considering your background, and I wanted to hear, I wanted to get started on that part. I wanted to go all the way back to, I guess, square four. Wouldn't say it's square one, but
So I mean, I think a lot of this relitigation of the invasion and who got it right and who got it wrong was silly, because the fact is, the people who got it right, it's not like they had some kind of access to intelligence of.
That's technically speaking correct. But that is not why people were mad with Hasan. It's not that he got it wrong, that the invasion would not or would happen. No, it's that he got the thing wrong, and then he just continued going down horrible, horrible takes. the invasion won't happen. Oh, it happened. But you know what? Russia is just taking its own territory. That sort of thing. That sort of takes. Or the Euromaidan takes. I'm pretty sure Hasan also had some baffling takes about the Euromaidan itself. Like this sort of thing. Horrible take, proven wrong. Into the next horrible take. Into the next horrible take. Horrible take after horrible take. Also, we sort of did have access to intelligence because the intelligence has warned that the invasion would happen. Yes, that is actually true. And we did see the mass troops. We did see blood bags being. Yes, we actually did have all these things. So
what was actually going on at the battlefront or anything like that. They just believed people who.
I mean, that is true. That was like everybody spoke about that as it was happening. You are correct here. Yeah.
We didn't believe, or who a lot of folks
You're
on
correct.
the left didn't believe.
Yeah,
So
like the State Department.
Yeah, and it's silly to kind of say, well, I guessed
It's not
right,
silly.
and sort of
It's not
position
silly.
yourself as
Yeah.
having credibility besides that. And I also think that people were very justifiably skeptical of
Agree to disagree. Move
what
on.
was going on. The fact is that yeah, Putin had troops at the border, but they've had troops at the border for since 2014. This has been an ongoing situation, and for most of the time, Putin had not invaded. So
There was an
I
ongoing war since 2014, at least from our perspective, the Eastern Europeans.
thought that it's always possible that it's going to flare up again. I was out in Kharkiv and I could hear gunshots when I was there, and this was all the way back in like 2018. So it's not like this battle it has just now started. This war has been going on for a long time. But I guess the reason that I got it right was probably just knowing that it was entirely possible. They're already in Donetsk. They're already in Crimea. There's no real reason for him not to. And Putin's game, he's done the same thing in Georgia.
Exactly. The war has been raging since 2014. That has been the consensus, like in the countries near Ukraine, that the war has been just happening since 2014.
Where he sort of tests the boundaries sometimes of what the rest of the world will allow. And historically, he's only sort of gone like an inch at a time forward and then moved back. So I was expecting.
I'm not sure if taking Crimea is an inch, but whatever is clever.
Something more like that. Nobody I know was actually expecting a assault on Kyiv. That is still shocking to me.
Yeah.
And I think that people who say that they did expect it are really underappreciated.
I mean, that was many years ago, but a lot of people in Poland were actually scared in 2014 that Putin would just, that Russia would just move forward and not stop, that it would just move forward deeper into Ukraine and just actually do the whole full-scale invasion right there and then. That was a thing that a lot of Polish people feared in 2014. Like, there was a lot of super fear about the war in 2014 that would not just stop where it did, that it sort of like freeze where it did, that Russia would just push forward and forward and forward and then passed. That was a big fear, as I recall. People were not as cool and chill about 2014 as people in Poland as they were in the US.
what a crazy move that was.
Yeah.
This is an assault on one of the oldest capitals of Europe. I'm convinced that if it had kept up and if it looked like there was any serious question of Kiev toppling, I don't know that.
One of the oldest. I mean, okay, if only it meant anything, and if only it meant anything, actually.
That the U.S. would have gotten involved, but I think it's entirely possible that you would have seen a much stronger response coming out of Europe, just because that's a nuts thing to happen. And it's such a gamble. Like, it's such a gamble for Putin to do that. It didn't make sense to me.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah. Yeah.
My assessment is even now that I think Putin underestimated the anti-air defenses that Ukraine would have, that greatly limited its potential air superiority, and I think that was like a major. I think that was a major issue in not being able to conduct this, in air quotes, special military operation in the ways that they thought they could.
The anti-air was not
and
there
now
from
they're in this weird stalemate in eastern Ukraine.
I think that's pretty accurate. As I understand it, Putin got some pretty bad intelligence before coming into Ukraine, and that was the big part of it.
Right.
I think he did,
People are freaking out in
underestimate just the amount
2014.
of resistance he would meet. I think he also underestimated how quickly it would come,
I know,
and
I
how
was freaking
quickly
out.
Ukraine would sort of get its defense together and be able to put a strong one. Because if I had to guess, I would say that Putin probably was sort of rolling the dice on Kiev, hoping maybe he could get like a quick knockout, kind of cut the snake off at the head type strike.
He was hoping for the government to be weak and fragmented and for the people to be more pro-Russian. Many soldiers actually expected to be greeted with flowers, unironically. Expected Ukraine not to put up a fight, as it did. So certainly Russia did underestimate Ukraine in that regard, to its detriment.
And if he could have done that, it would have been a large victory, but he plainly was not prepared for any kind of siege or anything like that. And that's one of the reasons why he retreated eventually. The Russian army retreated, rather. So yeah, I think that you've got that about right.
Yeah, and then that retreat happened, and then in the process there was also obviously the ceasefire talks that occurred. There was a 15-point plan that was set forward in Turkey.
I cannot believe that this is going to be entertained. Of course, this is going to be entertained.
That I thought was pretty solid overall for all things considered, and how much worse it could have gotten.
You would think
and
that,
relatively
wouldn't you?
early on as well. And my assessment here was that one, I guess I always said that Crimea was different in comparison to the 2022 invasion. It was both different in terms of military opposition. It was different because of the population size and their prior Russification initiatives had already made it so that Crimea was predominantly occupied by people who
Oh, so Russification worked well in Crimea. Well, guess Crimea is just lost then. I guess the standard is if Russia can get in and enact Russification that works, then I guess those territories are just forfeit, aren't they? What sort of logic is that? Excuse me? This is the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. I already said before, Russification almost succeeded in the Congress Kingdom of Poland. So what? Poland would be forfeit if it worked completely? I just cannot believe what I'm hearing. Yeah, of course. Like, what Hasan is trying to say here is that Crimea is different not because it had troops, Russian troops, but because it was so Russified that it's basically Russian. That is what he is saying. The Russification has worked so well in Crimea that it's basically just Russian now, so it's different. So it maybe just should be Russian at this point, since the Russification has been so successful and great in Crimea. We salute to Thomas. Apparently might makes right. Apparently.
Had, I guess, a connection to Russia. You had Sevastopol, and like the annexation and the way that it was conducted was very different than what is happening right now in eastern Ukraine.
Also,
right?
I don't know, again, Carrasco has pointed out correctly, why is he only talking about Crimea? Like, it was more than just that, yeah. But it really gets to me, this argument of the Russification was so successful that basically, it's just Russian now.
Right. Obviously, LPR and DPR were accompanied with that, or the interference in LPR and DPR was accompanied with the 2014 actions, right?
Yeah.
And that was an ongoing conflict, back and forth, bombing campaigns, and then of course like Russian-backed military routinely fighting. And
Yeah, there's just a big standoff going on, especially in Donetsk forever.
yeah.
And you could actually, as of 2018, you could actually still go there. It wasn't particularly safe. The
Good
city
for
is
you.
basically divided in two, and there was kind of a line between that you could, there's kind of a safe zone where people who lived on one side could move to the other and vice versa. And it kind of fluctuated between a frozen conflict and a hot conflict. It was just like that way for years on end.
Yeah. And I personally think that here's a couple things. Like people who push Z, right?
Yeah.
They claim that that one, Russia and Ukraine are one nation, and that they're all they're all the same people, which is of course channeling like I guess
It's channeling historical illiteracy. That is what I will say. It is a powerful channeling of historical illiteracy.
it's both Dugin and Putin in some ways. It's a hyper-nationalistic sentiment. They also claim that there was obviously a lot of Nazis there, and the denazification component was significant, which
Yeah, and then Russia also said that Poland should be next for denazification. In fact, I recall distinctly Russia saying at the beginning of 2023 that in fact the entirety of the West is full of Nazis and should also be swiftly denazified. So the whole Nazi argument is so empty, so devoid of any value that I don't even think it should be brought up at this point. Ridiculous.
I thought it was always a bullshit justification, obviously. Not
Yeah.
to say that there aren't, but
Yeah.
that is not a real reason, especially considering that when you do invade a country, those nationalists are going to be hailed as heroes and will be able to, in the aftermath of the invasion, no matter which way it goes, they will always be a more, there will be people, that sentiment of nationalism will be galvanized because they will be seen as emancipators, right?
Oh, yeah.
Because they're the most
Well,
militant factions.
Yeah, there's that. There's just whenever you have a war, it really stirs up nationalism and nationalistic resentments against the enemy. And you have like I'm watching people who I consider friends from Ukraine and who I would also consider to be sort of perfectly ordinary European liberals
Okay.
before the invasion. And now, I listen to them talk about Russians and,
Yeah.
they'll use the word trolls or orcs,
Orcs,
or
yeah.
whatever.
What do you
and you just have
expect?
to, I'm not going to be too hard on somebody who's bunkered down in their basement during bombs for getting a little mad at people throwing
little
bombs.
mad.
But, it is happening.
There's a genocide going on, teacher, sir. There's a literal genocide going on. Kidnapping of children, transferring children from one group to the next. Mass executions of adults and children. Mass rape. Come on, teacher. You really gonna get mad about the orcs at a time like this? Is this really happening? They do pretty much say they're one nation. They do say that.
And I think that that's one of the most ridiculous things about Putin's denazification rhetoric is this war is only going to intensify nationalistic sentiment in the country. It's definitely putting the political hard right
Oh yeah, that's the
in
biggest.
Ukraine in a better position than it was beforehand.
It's not even a big power in Ukraine right now. What do you mean?
Zelensky himself is,
Oh yeah, such a far-right nationalist.
in danger. He can't. He's in a very bad position where if he bargains, he's going to be seen as selling his country out by a lot of Ukrainians and by the hard right.
I mean,
and that's how they're going to sell it.
Really, we're gonna focus this talk on the hard right. Really? Is this really happening?
And if I were him negotiating, I would want to do it outside of Ukraine, and I would stay out of Ukraine afterwards. He's not going to want to go back.
Yeah.
But it just a word about the sort of Russian populations in Crimea and Donetsk and so on. It is true that
This person has a very specific way of pronouncing the names, I will say that much.
Ukraine, Kiev was historically the capital of Russia. And
what?
There's this
Wait, hold on. What?
Ultra-nationalism. It's true that Ukraine, Kiev was historically the capital of Russia.
No, it's not true at all, teacher. What sort of bullshit are you trying to sell us? It is absolutely not true. Kiev has never been historically the capital of Russia. It has been the capital of Kiev Rus, which is a totally different thing from... No. Absolutely not.
And there is this ultra-nationalism in Putin sort of claiming them all for his, but it's nationalistic both ways. None of these, I guess I sort of take the old left socialist position that the nation state is always kind of this artificial reactionary institution and we need to get rid of it. And I look
Kiev Rus was not a nation state. You should know that as a teacher. So what are we even talking about? What are we even conflating here? I cannot believe this.
Look at this conflict through that lens, because so much of it is about people defending borders and people sort of defining, okay, well, am I ethnically Russian, whatever that means, or ethnically Ukrainian? You know, even the language controversies are a little silly because
Silly. What sort of ridiculous thing am I gonna like hear now?
Ukrainian is already very, very close to Russian, and depending on where you live,
Ukrainian comes from Ruthenian, a separate language to Russian. Ukrainian is closer to Polish than to Russian. Also, great stance. Get rid of nation state, but for an empire.
it's even closer. So we're talking about slight changes in vocabulary and spelling here, not even a massive change in the language.
That's bullshit. That is such bullshit that I cannot believe it. When Russian soldiers came in and heard Ukrainian, in many cases they said that it was Polish, that it wasn't Ukrainian, because soldiers expected to just understand it right off the bat, and they didn't. And then they said it's not actually Ukrainian. What those people are speaking is Polish. That actually happened. Yes, Ukrainian and Russian are similar, but then you could make a case that Russian, like that Ukrainian and Polish are closer. They have 70% shared vocabulary, which is a lot more than Russian and Ukrainian, by the way.
Yeah. It's yeah, I mean, I don't disagree with you at all. I would say the same about, I mean, it's even closer from where I'm standing between like the similarities between Armenians and Turks or Greeks and Turks.
Yeah.
Especially because like at least Armenians and Greeks are, you know, they're Christian, whereas
Yeah.
like the Turkish nation is predominantly Muslim. But overall, like
Yeah.
the people look the same.
True.
There's obviously
Even if the language wasn't meaningfully different, it wouldn't have mattered anyways. I mean, you have Austria and Germany, two separate countries, even though they both speak German. The exact same language. So this whole argument is just worthless. To the garbage with it. Unless you say that Austria should belong to Germany or vice versa, you're in favor of a little bit of an Anschluss.
different language there too, but like the people look the fucking same, the food is the same, the architecture is the same, the culture is pretty
No, it's... Then all Slavic countries are basically Russia, by that logic. Let's go there. Poland is Russia, Lithuania is Russia, Estonia, everything. Well, technically speaking, Lithuanians are not even Slavs, but that's a whole different topic. Lithuanians are not actually Slavs. As if you actually were curious about that. And actually Slavic people.
much the same, and yet there's like thousands of years of conflict.
Interestingly enough.
And in the situation with Ukraine and Russia, there's the similarities are way more prominent than the differences, and yet obviously no matter what happens, of course there's going to be nationalistic sentiment because the people have decided that, you know, this is their country, and I think that they have a right to you know, obviously want to
Of course, the architecture system is not good argument here, as you see very distinct architecture heritage within Ukraine. Of course, because it was for the longest time separate from Muscovites.
defend their homes from being fucking bombed.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, the reason why I brought up the pushing Z conspiracists is specifically because of like how off base I think they are with respect to like how the invasion has gone thus far and what the outcomes have been for Russia, right?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Because like I think it's just copium to look at the situation and be like, no, this has been a phenomenal achievement. Like Ukraine will never join NATO now. I am a firm believer that the Western forces sold Ukraine down the line because they never genuinely were going to ever. I don't believe that they were ever going to let Ukraine into NATO.
Yeah.
And that was just simply a thing that they dangled in front of Ukraine.
Oh yeah,
And
absolutely. I mean,
a similar opinion that I have, and I wanted to hear your take on this. I think it exists within like the Turkish
Incredible.
the peace plan or the ceasefire negotiations that took place in Turkey. The idea that like I think
Yeah, there was you had, of course, the partition times when different parts of Ukraine found themselves in different partitions, and that also affected not just the architecture but also the language. This is where the whole East-West language divide came from. Keep in mind.
Zelensky
This is where it originated.
maneuvered expertly in that situation where he said like we will do a referendum on Crimea 15 years down the line, which I think is like a really smart way to neutralize that hot potato, I guess.
yeah,
Saying like,
potato.
of course we're gonna have a referendum. We're a democracy after all, which like should be.
I don't trust referendums about territory, by the way. Historically speaking, those referendums were just a pretext for countries to drive as many people as possible to take part in them. I don't think I've ever seen a referendum that just went smoothly without any sort of hijinks when it came to referendums that were just which country should we belong to.
should at least like quiet down more reactionary parts of the country that would have genuinely attacked him with nationalistic sentiment about like every inch of land being brought back into Ukraine, no matter how no matter what the cost of that would look like or whether it was even possible or not.
I mean, it was.
And I think that
it's internationally recognized borders.
I think that that kind of fell apart, at least according to reports at the time, with the additional confidence that was given to Zelensky and maybe internal pressure as well, but definitely additional confidence given to Zelensky by Boris Johnson visiting Ukraine. Am I overestimating Boris Johnson here and like what that meant for
What an expert,
or what
the
that
English
decision
teacher.
was as far as like Western forces?
Oh, no, totally
saying,
not.
We're
You're
backing
totally
you the
not.
entire
No,
way.
no.
Or do you think that that actually did play a role?
well, I think I saw one guy complaining about your take on that. And what I would respond to that is, ultimately we really don't know what he said or what kind of pressure he put. We can sit here and do a lot of speculation, conjecture, and but there's no way to know about that for sure. That said, I think like
but
the big thing that we're doing right now is, we are dangling the prospect of military aid in front of them. And, not just what we're giving, but
not dangling. Like the European Union is starting to pull its weight. Like keep in mind, Europe is seriously now, because of what the US is doing, considering creating a European equivalent to NATO. That is a thing that's being discussed seriously right now.
of potentially ramping it up. And when you actually think about the degree of intervention that it would take to root Russians out of their positions where they're already entrenched, to do stuff.
Yeah, that's. Oh my god, I hate this so much. That's because the aid was handled horribly from the very beginning, trickling little bit by bit. That's why.
to get them out of Crimea, to block off the borders. You need to do a lot of air control, and you need to do a lot of Black Sea control.
I mean, Black Sea is not doing very well now for Russia, is it? How many ships has Russia lost to a country without its own fleet now? And Russia cannot even bring in new ships. So what are we even talking about when it comes to the Black Sea?
It's just utterly implausible that we're ever going to make that kind of commitment. But that is.
And somehow Ukraine has regained 50% of the gains from the beginning of the invasion, using a fraction of what the US has spent on different conflicts. Like, what are we talking about here? And again, the aid was dripped. This is ridiculous.
Is more or less how Ukraine is often defining victory now, is, not giving up an inch of soil, and Russia just kicked out completely. So there's something not connecting here. And I think
and that thing is the GOP.
That I actually tweeted this out yesterday. I think that hawks who want intervention, even if you want intervention, you have to start being honest about the fact that the U.S. just is not going to make that level of commitment.
I mean, it's not willing to give aid because, I mean, the U.S. itself is actually willing to commit to aid. It's the grand old party that is not willing to commit to aid. We have to make this very important distinction. Mike Johnson and Donald Trump, specifically speaking, because a lot of Republicans are actually apparently pro-aid as well.
Yeah, it's not on the table. Like, I think that realistically we would have to have NATO troops on the ground, because their big deficit right now is just manpower.
Yeah,
that's not true. Their big deficit is not just manpower. That can be. There is a lot of talking about the draft, but there is a critical shell shortage. There is a critical equipment shortage. There is a critical ammunition shortage. The biggest problem is not the lack of manpower. The biggest problem is the lack of the means to defend. The weapons, the ammunition. Are you serious? Are you really saying that Ukraine has enough weapons, but it just doesn't have enough men to use them?
That's the major problem.
No, it's not. It actually isn't. A draft can be done. They're working on a draft, but by far the bigger problem is the critical lack of weapons. Anti-air, missiles, shells. Have you not been paying attention? I thought you had many friends. I thought you were an expert. I thought you were in touch.
I think at this point is not even necessarily like the amount of weapons.
Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me right now? Avdiivka wasn't lost because there were not enough men in Avdiivka. Avdiivka was lost because there was not enough weapons, etc. Munition. Anti-air. Give me a break. This is what I'm talking about. This is why people hate you on this topic. Because you say stupid thing after the other. It's not some secret knowledge how much Ukraine is lacking in munition right now, how desperate it is for shells, etc. It's not some secret knowledge. You can just read any sort of publication on it from Ukraine or any other place. Incredible. It's just I don't know what to say.
Or munitions, which certainly is an issue still, obviously.
It is a critical issue. The word critical is used over and over and over for a reason. This cannot You cannot be so far detached out of the reality of what's going on and still try to place yourself as some sort of expert. You cannot be serious.
But the major issue is that there's just not enough people.
That's not true. Where did you get that from? Like, there's enough weapons, but there's just isn't enough people to man the weapons? Avdiivka was lost because there were just weapons lying around and not enough people were in Avdiivka to man the weapons? And all that ammo?
Yeah.
To hold back.
No. It's the opposite, actually.
And so they're trying to solve this problem with conscription, which
It is certainly a problem, but the bigger problem is the critical lack of munition, because it leads to people dying, which makes the problem of people bigger.
has actually been going on for, almost really since the beginning of the war. Though it wasn't reported much, but like at the very beginning when Ukrainian men were trying to get out of the country, you would often get caught at the trains at the border and turned back. And I knew men who were just like hiding in Kiev. I have another friend right now who has been living in a European country. I'm not going to say which one because honestly, I don't want people trying to track them down.
What? How would you be able to track them just by the name of the...
But I have a friend who's been living in a European country for a while. She has a kid. Her kid has only seen her father for the first month of his life, and it's approaching 2 years now. The husband is hiding in Ukraine, can't get out, but doesn't want to fight. This woman's brother is also hiding in Ukraine, doesn't want to fight. And it's not...
Oh, anecdotes. I love anecdotes so much. They're the biggest. They're the best. Anecdotes are always sort of what you should make rules on. I have anecdotes of my own. Anecdotes are worthless in discussions like this.
Like they side with the Russians or anything like that. They just don't want to die, which is completely understandable. But this is a problem that we are creating.
This is so ridiculous. I can also say that I've met people, I have friends, Ukrainian friends that said that they would just, if Russia was to take over, then they would be in favor of Ukraine just becoming part of Poland. It doesn't mean anything. Individual anecdotes. It's worthless. It's useless to sort of create this, oh, I've got a few friends that said this, and therefore that's a big problem that's being created. No. It's a few anecdotes that you've given. It's worthless to sort of build a rule of some sort, or even a problem of some sort, to construct some theory about a problem on that basis. Come on. Give me data, not anecdotes, if you want to tell me about that. Yes, there are people that are paying to get out of the service. There are people like that. But there are also, for any person that doesn't want to fight, you'll find many people that will want to fight. So again, anecdotes are useless. They're worthless. There's a reason why that is widely accepted as the case, that anecdotes are not useful things to analyze wider trends. I was pretty sure that would be a given. That would be obvious for our fellow Marxist.
Directly, and you see like Americans online defending conscription of...
And yes, Russia has forcefully conscripted people from the occupied areas. That is definitely true, which is against the law. Also, there are options within Ukraine forces to do non-combatant services too. True. Like, there are many things. Like, there are also medics, etc. There's many things. Anecdotes are evidence. They just happen to be the worst kind of evidence. I'm not sure if we should be going with the worst kind of evidence as our first option, is what I'm saying. Yeah, yeah. There are many things, there are many elements when it comes to the army. It's not just people fighting at the front, it's the back end as well. There are many elements when it comes to the army, definitely. You're definitely right about that. You're definitely correct here.
Ukrainians who don't want in this war, and it's just the most horrifying thing to me. Like,
They don't want to go fight.
yeah, exactly.
join
Well, there are many who do. Like, come on. This is ridiculous, this sort of rhetoric. Like, you're almost creating a picture of no Ukrainians actually wanting to fight. They're all hiding in Kyiv, frightened. Like, come on. I can give anecdotes as well. There are people who were living in Poland when the invasion started. There's this famous anecdote of people in the bar drinking beer or whatever, seeing that the invasion started on the TV and just dropping everything and going to Ukraine to fight. I can drop anecdotes all day as well about people that dropped living in Ukraine, in Poland, and just went to Ukraine in order to defend their country. There's been several stories like this.
The
Like-
Foreign Legion, it's like, it's not, you don't have to be a, you don't have to
Yeah.
like actively be an active duty service member. You can go and join. I know people on this very platform that have done that.
Yeah.
I mean, fucking what? Robert F. Kennedy's son did it, didn't he? Like, I think.
Yeah. Well, this has always been, it's funny because this has always been an anti-war line, is, calling people chicken hawks and saying, well, go ahead and join. And sort of the subtext there is nobody is going to join a war like this. Historically, just because it was actually pretty hard. But the strange thing about this war is it's really unusually easy for American civilians to get involved. Like, you don't have to have certain kinds of background. You don't,
Okay.
you're just flying over to sort of the edge of Europe. So you're not like going
you go to
into
Poland,
the jungles of Vietnam.
Yeah, you can literally go to Poland,
Poland mentioned again.
take a fucking train into Ukraine, and join the Foreign Legion. And I welcome all of the people who are like, no, this war should continue, to go and do that thing, to go and do that and fight. It's
Nobody says this war should. This is such dishonest language, quite frankly, coming from Hasan Piker here. Nobody says this war should continue. People are saying this war should be won by Ukraine, and that's a difference. Nobody's just saying this war should just continue. Because we all, okay, not all of us, but most of us know what the occupation of Ukrainian territories mean for its citizens. Yeah. A lot of volunteers from Poland went to do sort of like medics, soldiers. Yeah. Like, there's a medic that I follow on Twitter that gives basically everyday updates of what's happening, saying that Russians are basically targeting those places where you gather the wounded to take them to a place where they can be treated. Like, that Russians are specifically targeting those spots, targeting medics, and of course targeting ambulances. We all know that there's this famous exhibition right now of a damaged ambulance. Bizarre and shame on Assis for keeping this person as a member and using them to legitimize himself as a person with an academic background. Nationalist pseudo-linguistics, horrible historical revisionism, etc. do promote Russian propaganda, but maybe it's just par for the course for Western Slav understander wannabe academics. Yeah, I would agree. As unfortunate as it is, I would agree here. And there are Westerners that actually went to like Ukraine and sort of took the effort to understand it, actually understand it, you know, during the war, not years before the full-scale invasion. To me, it's basically... Where is the thing that I've got here? But I keep forgetting the name of that horrible journalist. Here we go. One moment. Duranty, no. Duranty. It's like basically you have... And this is a story as old as time. Okay? You have Gareth Jones, who actually went to Ukraine, tried to understand it, saw horrible things that were happening during the Holodomor, and tried to report about it abroad. And then you had the infamous Pulitzer Award winning Walter Duranty that just spoke to some officials, figured everything was okay, and called Gareth Jones a propagandist who was just trying to spread panic and lies about the famine. Russians hungry but not starving. The infamous article written by Walter Duranty. And this, I guess we're seeing the echoes of this. Like people who just go, don't really sort of dive deep, don't really do the effort to sort of on the ground assert, like, see what's going on, and those who actually do. And unfortunately, historically speaking, those who do the shallow work for whatever godforsaken reason get more clout and recognition, usually. I'm not gonna name names.
The just cause, for first and foremost. I've been very clear on my position, even though obviously, like, I have a very sizable
Hasan Piker, who
left.
says he's doing journalism. I'm not gonna name any names. I think we all know who I'm referring to.
This community online, and there are definitely disagreements on that front. I do personally think that it is a just cause, that Ukraine has every right to defend itself from an invasion.
But is there a but coming? There has to be a but coming from our favorite journalist, top tier journalist, Hasan Piker.
Nation.
Yeah, I think that, you know, if you're a Ukrainian and you want to make that decision, you of course have every right to do that. I think that it's a very distinct question as to whether we should be sending weapons over there, or what kind of aid we should be sending.
The answer is simple. The one that would allow Ukrainians to win. And it is more than possible. Let's not kid ourselves. It is more than doable.
Just because my assessment at this point is that continued U.S. involvement in this is going to cost more lives than it's going to save.
No, actually, it's the opposite. the withdrawal of US involvement is going to cost far more lives than actually continuing or even ramping up the aid. The aid should be ramped up and hurried up. It's the opposite, actually. You're living in the opposite world. Actually, withdrawing aid will cause more and more people to die. Because the Ukrainians have already shown the will to fight whether or not the aid comes. Have we forgotten about that? Not even mention how much death, torture, rape, the occupation will bring. Are we not taking that into account? Have we learned nothing from what's been going on so far? Nothing? Is this person a Marxist or a trolley problematarian centrist? I guess a trolley problematarian centrist. Like, he just comes from his ivory tower above from the west and says, you Ukrainians actually don't know what's good for you. You're just wasting lives. You don't value lives like I do. You should listen to me. You should listen to me. Which is very interesting from a supposedly anti-imperialist person. Me, the Westerner from the better countries, come to you to tell you, I am here to free you from your suffering. This is not worth it. We're withdrawing aid. What is this? Like, does the will of the Ukrainian people not matter at all? I mean, the answer is obvious to people like Hasan and this other person. Of course not. It doesn't matter if the Ukrainian people actually want to fight or not. No, we declare that actually, no, you'll just lose more lives than it's worth it. It's not worth it, even if you actually want to fight no matter what. So we're just going to withdraw it.
And
you don't have any agency on the topic of how you defend your own country. Who do you think you are?
I think that if we find ways to start not only withdrawing that aid, but being honest with Ukraine and telling them we just aren't going to be able to get you the aid that you want, and even the levels you're currently getting are going to eventually start dropping. So you need to plan and make decisions about negotiations with.
You know what would cause less people to die? Because Ukrainians have been doing extremely well with what they had. If you gave weapons faster, in bigger quantities, and also more and faster, and not freeze aid. Those things would help to preserve more lives. Why does this person assume that if you withhold aid, just withdraw it, suddenly less people would die?
That in mind. I think that that's the most responsible thing and the most positive thing that we can.
Yes, the most responsible and positive thing would be to sell out God knows how many territories to occupation, where people will be again killed, raped, tortured, possibly. Because we sure as hell don't have precedent for those sort of things in occupied regions. It's a mystery.
Possibly do for the war, even if they want to, keep fighting and
the chess master here, the teacher of English with his anecdotal friends. I think Hasan and others like him may not even see Ukrainians as Ukrainians. Perhaps, I don't know, lost or confused Russians. Who knows at this point of this talk?
Defend themselves from attacks. God bless them. It's their right. But
God bless them, it's their right, until we say it's not. Until we say we withdraw help and it's just, yeah, we know better. But God bless you.
I think that
But totally God bless you, right? Totally. Oh, totally God bless you.
we have a right to make decisions about how we want to be involved in this as well.
So, I don't know. Here's what I think. Okay,
Yeah.
Okay.
I think that perhaps if there was more training early on or more weapons delivered early on,
I mean, that should have happened. But early on, you were saying that Russia is just getting back its territory. So please, please make up your mind. Because this is getting ridiculous. With proper aid, Ukraine can still win this outright.
maybe that there could have been a better defense planted, but the defense was relatively solid, all things considered, especially in comparison to like, 2014, I guess, and like what the Ukrainian military looked like at the time versus what they were able to do in terms of like fending against like Russian air superiority early on. And I like maybe there's a different timeline where like if the aid
Different. Oh my god.
wasn't so trickled.
There you go. Even you acknowledge that the aid was trickled. This is ridiculous.
That from a pure military position, like there could have been even more leverage on the Ukrainian side. I don't know how that would work because I
Ukraine could.
feel like you still run into the problem of like running out of people. I remember reading an assessment from this dude named Snake. I think he's like some Ukrainian combat guy who was talking about how like it doesn't matter if there's one Russian guy sitting at a position.
I mean, to be fair, there are other streamers that are very clearly pro-Ukrainian that go with the Kiev and not Kiev pronunciation, so you could cut him some slack on that. They're pretty prominent streamers that pronounce it Kiev still.
It doesn't matter if we have drones. We don't know how many people are there. And if it's one fucking Russian dude and it's a rusty ass, and the one Russian conscript with a rusty ass fucking AK-47 is like holding a position, that's still dangerous for our guys, and it holds us.
Oh, it's our guys now. Now it's our guys. I'm talking about the Doni. Okay.
Up. It holds us up, and it takes a tremendous amount of time, even if it's one person. Now, play that out across the board on the field everywhere.
Oh, well, let's listen to the military expert, Hasan Piker. If you play it out in the field, then what?
In eastern Ukraine, and all of a sudden you arrive at the issue. It's like, in some ways it is. In some ways, it does literally feel like a old school trench warfare, or even like a war from a different era, where yes, like manpower in this circumstance, like the amount of people that you can throw at the problem in this circumstance does give you superiority on the ground.
No, that's actually incorrect. That is actually incorrect. It only gives you superiority when the other side is facing a critical shortage of ammunition. It can only work in these circumstances, in these magical circumstances created by lack of aid. The problem is lack of aid. You're mistaken. Ukraine has been inflicting huge losses on Russians while rationing artillery shells. Rationing. Okay? Like, this cannot be serious. Like, we have to acknowledge that the term critical shortage is not just thrown around for memes, right?
Yeah, there's this old sort of conventional wisdom among military strategists that it takes 7 people to get one person out of a defensive position.
Yeah.
That's how hard it is. So
Yes. Oh, whatever.
it's such an uphill battle at this point. And I think that I think you have a good point that if you're going to intervene, you want to do it early and you want to do it hard. And
But that's if your goal is. But that's if your goal. The reason why I brought this up. Sorry to cut you off again, even though you're the guest here. But the reason why I brought it up is because that's only if your goal actually is to help Ukraine. If your goal is to extend the conflict as you one, make a tidy profit for the military-industrial complex, and very openly say that with 5% of our military budget, we've been able to destroy 50% of a foreign adversary's army.
Actually, just today, in a new issue of a Polish magazine, I've heard a totally new theory from a Polish professor of political sciences and a sinologist, a professor of Chinese relations. So basically, that person said that the reason why the West and especially the US never has went all in to just win against Russia and just finish it off, and keep in mind this is just one theory of a single professor, is that actually the plan of the US is to weaken Russia and then actually use it as an ally against China. That's the reason, apparently. It's to just weaken Russia, then to offer to be allies, help it rebuild against China, sorry. So I've thrown this theory that I've read about today. I can even bring out the article and read in more detail the whole justification behind this theory, if you're interested, that is. I can bring it out, just so you know what sort of theories are floating around when it comes to the topic of why exactly the West has, quote unquote, the West has not just thrown full-blown aid and crushed Russia.
With not a single
I
active
don't
duty
think this
service
is
member
sound.
dying in the process.
I'm skeptical of this as well, personally. But it is a theory that has been thrown. If anyone is interested, I can sort of read it out. But I didn't think it sound either, to be quite honest. Like the whole theory of that person is that all countries are going away from burnable fuels like oil, etc. That China has already switched 50% of its energy to alternative sources, and that basically all countries will switch and Russia will end up with nothing and sitting on useless resources. That's basically what the person pushing the theory that the US will want to use Russia against China is saying. Sea Snake Serious. I hope most Americans know about the war more than Hasan. I have been internally screaming at this hack of knowledge on history and current. Oh yeah. I know the feeling, Sea Snake Series. I know the feeling. It's painful. Let me know, big boy. Crazy.
If that is your actual goal, because it is a win-win from that perspective, then
And of course, the person also said that Russia and China have an unsustainable relationship where China is basically draining Russia for oil and wood from Siberia, and that the relationship is unsustainable for Russia.
Yeah, it's great. You trickle the weapons in slowly but surely. Okay, you give more of a comfortable runway to the American defense contractors.
But I definitely don't think that Hasan's theory is sound, just so you know.
Way, so they don't like run out of resources. You recycle older surplus military equipment into Ukraine, and then you can go back to the government and be like, well, our reserves are depleted. Now we need more money. And all of that drives the...
It's like below 1 GDP. Okay? It's far less than the US has ever spent on any past conflict. Are we forgetting that? Is Hasan just pretending to be dumb here?
Economy in the United States of America. And I think that that is the real American purpose here. That's why I always say that Ukraine is a just cause that America joined for, of course, the wrong reasons.
Yeah.
Of course. America bad. We know. America bad.
Yeah. I would say you always have to be careful about attributing intent to these kind of dynamics.
Thank you.
I agree with
Thank you for saying that.
you what is going on at this point, where, like the
I don't agree, by the way.
U.S. definitely has a stake in drawing out this conflict for as long as possible, especially because of the...
No, it doesn't actually. It could let Ukraine win and then have many lucrative deals with Ukraine that would build up its defense and Europe's defense to make sure that Russia will never ever be able to do anything like that again. This is just stupid. I'm sorry.
Military contractor component and all of that. But a thing is that they sort of fall into that logic a lot of times without even necessarily any particular person, rubbing their hands and scheming to do so. It's just a thing.
It's just in their genes.
Where there are all these forces sort of pushing against the administration, really ramping up into a full-blown counteroffensive. But then there are all these, there's the MIC that's constantly lobbying for a continued presence in Ukraine, and sort of the way that those balance out end up extending the war in this horrible way. And it works for the benefit of capital. Yeah. Absolutely. But you just always have to be careful about...
The US can sell Ukraine all the expensive shiny toys like they did with Poland. Exactly. This theory makes absolutely no sense if you think about it for 5 seconds flat. This just makes zero sense if you actually use your brain to think about it. You don't need a drawn-out conflict to make lucrative deals when you have Russia as your neighbor, because you need deterrence. And to have deterrence, you need to be armed, which means lucrative deals. Like, come on. Poland is not in a conflict right now.
Intent there, because if you ask like any particular I'm sure that Biden himself probably genuinely wants to get Russia out of Ukraine. I think that he's probably thinking about it that way, and that whether he's actually willing to do what it takes, and whether he's being responsible.
He is willing to do what it takes. Do you know who is not willing to do what it takes? Mike Johnson, Donald Trump, the GOP. What are you fixating on Biden? He's not the one freezing the aid. He's not the one blocking the aid. He's not the one going on recess for 2 weeks without even putting aid to vote in the House of Representatives. It's not Biden doing that. It's not Biden. It's
responsible about it, and whether he has bad incentives pushing him into a bad course of action. that's a different story. But there are like a lot of true believers in this cause out there who really are convinced that they're sort of fighting this World War III against Russian fascism. And so,
Which they're. So what are they doing? I want to hear this.
which is all to say that I think early on in the war, if you had actually been able to make the case, hit them hard and fast immediately, I think that a lot of people in the administration would have actually bought that. In fact, we know from some of the reporting that a lot of people
Some of the reporting.
in the Biden administration were pushing for a much stronger response. And it was actually Biden who was a bit of a
Well, they should have been listened to.
force of restraint at first. And I think that's probably kind of his role here still. He's just sort of naturally falling into drawing this out because that's how these conflicts always end up going.
Okay.
Yeah.
Um,
The reason I push back on that a little is because I see leftists walk into a trap a lot of times where we talk about this kind of perverse dynamic that capitalism pushes us into. And we talk about this is what they intended or this is what they meant to do. And then it's very easy for the hawks and the liberals and so on to gotcha and be like, where's your evidence that they intended that? Like, where do you have a recording of Joe Biden saying this? Like, and so what ends up happening is you start trying to do this dot connecting stuff.
It's not about asserting the situation. It's about the traps that would await leftists. That's what it's all about, of course, as always. That's the most important.
Where you're like, well, we made this.
Well, Joe Biden did say it, to be fair. Like, he openly mentioned it as he was, like, trying to sell the aid package, the $95 billion aid package, like, last week or a couple days ago, actually, as it passed through the Senate, where he openly said, like, you guys don't understand. We're not, like, dropping, bags of cash into Ukraine.
Okay.
We're actually, like, this money is going back to our weapons, our facilities.
it
like,
is.
This money is hiring more American.
It is. A lot of it is. And a lot of it is used to keep the economy of Ukraine afloat.
Hands. And this was a calculated messaging effort that was leaked to Politico by the Biden camp, I suspect.
Well, we've heard a few conspiracy theories today.
Assume maybe like a month prior, I remember reading an article about this specifically on how to sell the idea of weapons.
Listening to these guys is not much more informative than listening to Joe Rogan or Russia Brand.
Weapons aid to the American public, because it is true. And I don't think it's like conspiracy in the sense that like it's a conspiracy theory. I think it's a conspiracy in the truest sense of the word. They are conspiring because we are.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Aligned on I think they're aligned on class interests in this situation. It's just like
I can't believe what I'm hearing.
It's a normal collaboration. It's the same thing that like I guess Noam Chomsky talks about quite frequently with respect to people that get elevated into positions.
We might just go and say whatever without any evidence. We can just say anything.
Into higher and higher positions in American media, they would not be there. There's no like deliberate attempt.
Yeah.
Where someone goes, I know what I'm saying is untrue, and that's why I'm saying it. It's more, or someone gave me orders to say these things. It's not a conspiracy theory in that sense. It's more so they do genuinely believe it, and their interests do align, and therefore, they advocate for these things.
I think we're agreeing.
Yeah.
I think that I'm just always
That does tend to happen when you bring in a yes man to your stream to agree with you. That does tend to happen, unfortunate as it is.
sort of reflexively, like every time I hear somebody start talking about intents, and especially like secret intents, I get a little nervous because this is just like the liberal playbook where every single time that you start doing that, they gotcha on that. Or it's like you see the same thing that happens a lot of times.
Again, it's not about ascertaining what's true or not. It's about avoiding gotchas with your conspiracy theories.
Times when you have journalists who are very clearly hawks and who have very obvious conflicts of interest in the way that they talk about.
Can you name them? Name those journalists. Don't be a coward. Name them. Name the hawks. Who are the hawks, according to you?
And cover this war, and so people sort of colloquially say, well, they're bought off, or they're in the bag or whatever, and they are in this informal sense that you're talking about. But if you actually put it that way, they always come back and say, oh, you actually think that I'm getting paid by Zelensky to say this? Where's your proof? They do that kind of stuff.
But I mean, it's not Zelensky.
You might say that about anyone, even independent journalists. This is ridiculous. Name them, or just don't talk about it. Name the bot journalists. Are they hawks or liberals? Are the two the same? Are both in the room with you right now? Literally. Name the journalists. Name those bot journalists. Let me guess. Are they perhaps psychopathic perverts? By any chance? Are those included in those bought-off journalists?
Many instances is like directly Raytheon. You have a former general go on CNN and do a PowerPoint presentation on HIMARS, and very openly you look at their background, and they're just straight up like they're doing lobbying for Raytheon actively while they're live on TV, talking about their perspective on the war as though it's like as though they have no other nefarious secondary reason for saying the things that they are saying. And
that makes no sense. I'm sorry. What's the nefarious thing?
In my opinion, that is like, that's the, when I say someone's bought off, that's what I mean in the most reductive terms. Regardless though, like I said, it's the entire system is designed in this way, whether it's Ukraine, whether it's Taiwan, whether it's Israel or anywhere else where America is involved in the affairs of
it's not just, first of all, it's not just the US. So this just makes no sense. Like, the entirety of Europe would need to be in on this, and Europe is already contributing more than the US in absolute numbers. Does Hasan think that countries buy HIMARS because they saw it on CNN? Yes, and no other reason.
Another country involving itself or greatly accelerating tensions, trying to start conflict.
Yes, it's of course it was the US that accelerated the tensions and caused the invasion to begin with. Oh, how could I have forgotten that actually it was the US that invaded Russia or something? Silly me.
All it's all at the behest of the profit margins for weapons.
Yes, it's like Russia, China, India, all of them are just pawns for the profit margin of the US. Like, the US is the ultimate puppeteer. It basically just caused this whole war on its own. Like, how deluded can you be about the whole America bad thing. How far can you go in this mindset before it just gets so ridiculous?
You know, for defense contractors in general.
Yeah.
Now,
Yeah.
moving away from the things like the peace negotiations, I do want to talk a little bit more about like where we're at this point, because the counteroffensive
Finally, Indonesia, Malaysia, Philippines, Vietnam, communist, Taiwan, it's all pounds of the US in the South China, of course.
at this stage is an abject failure. This was
Yeah.
propped up and sold to the American public for those who are still interested in Ukraine, or were still interested in Ukraine.
A lot of people are still interested in Ukraine. Have you seen the polls, the newest ones? What do you mean? Who were still interested in? This guy's so. Do some basic prep. Sort of. I'm pretty sure at this point it's both. I'm pretty sure it's both in relative and absolute numbers. If you take all of the aid by the entirety of European Union put together, I'm pretty sure the European Union has actually contributed in total more in absolute numbers as well. I mean, we might need to check it, but I'm pretty sure that is the case. I'm talking about if you sum up the entirety of the aid of the entirety of the European Union. Pretty sure
maybe 6 months ago.
Pretty sure the EU might have outdone, but maybe you should just look at the data. I know in relative terms, certainly, but in absolute terms? I might have made a mistake here, but I know that in relative terms for sure. Curiously enough, huh? Does anybody have a graph? With numbers? Okay. Yeah, Lucy, didn't you know that Russia's ambitions to resurrecting its empire is all caused by America? True, it is. Also, if you're gonna give
where
links, give it in
this
the
was going to be
White Forest page. It won't work on YouTube.
an active effort to completely rid the eastern territories of any kind of Russian invasion, and it failed. And now it's a cold stalemate with as many people suspected, with Russia every now and then bombing Western positions, and Ukraine bombing even inside of Russia every now and then, and it's just like pot shots at this point, minefields. There is a need for artillery.
A critical need for artillery. We call it a critical shortage in shells.
A lot of those munitions we are, I guess, running out of because of the fact that we just don't have like a straight up World War II style war economy where every single resource is going directly into building weapons. So
that is true for Europe, but the US does have a lot of shells. Are you kidding me? Are you saying that the US ran out of shells? Is that what you're trying to sell us right now, Hasan Piker? That the US has run out of shells to give Ukraine? This is incredible. I know that Europe cannot keep up with production when compared to like what Russia is getting from North Korea, etc. But the US has not run out of shells.
Now you also have Israel.
He's making that argument. He's making the argument that the lack of shells by Ukraine is caused by the US lacking shells to give. Again, stupid take after stupid take after stupid take, relentlessly.
And they need dumb bombs as well.
Yeah.
You know, this was even before October 7th, where America had to tap in to South Korea, a nation with a lot of artillery for obvious reasons, to basically resupply Ukraine. And then after Israel's ethnic cleansing campaign began,
there are 4 million cluster munitions that could be given to Ukraine alone. 4 million! 4 million shells that could be given. Lucy seems you were correct, and the EU sum total is larger than the US. I thought so. Some things were low on ammo. From what I remember, the absolute numbers I have seen tend to put US higher because of the donation based on original production costs, but in relative terms, it's dwarfed by EU countries. I think at this point, even if you take into consideration what the US did with the whole cost thing, it's still bigger in Europe.
Post October 7, now our attention has shifted over there and our resources have shifted over there. So Ukraine is in a really...
Also, the US has a pretty robust defense industry. It can definitely produce shells a lot. It's like the US is not in the situation of Europe, as far as I know.
really bad position now.
Yeah. If what I would sort of say is, I think that the number one problem that's going to face Ukraine in the end
is frozen aid by the GOP and lack of munition, critical lack of munition. That's going to be the number one problem. And it's already here. It's not a problem that Ukraine will face in the future. It's the problem that Ukraine's facing now.
and is actually domestic. I think that the conscription issue is...
I don't think that's the biggest issue. I'm going to be honest. I do not think that is the number one biggest issue. We know what it is. Aid.
Much more politically destabilizing than people really get at this point, but you can see it. And it's not, by the way, just coming from people avoiding being conscripted. It's also on the other side, you have families of soldiers who've been there from the beginning complaining and saying, you know, they've been fighting all this time. They should be able to take some time off while all these other people who've been home all the time go out and fight. So this is like the war is really coming home in that sense to Ukraine, where it's becoming more and more difficult for your average ordinary person to hide from it. Or
people are not mass hiding from the war. Your anecdotes have not supported that. Your anecdotes have not demonstrated that people are just mass hiding from conscription, from being soldiers. That there's show me data. Don't give me your friends. Show me data on that. I want to see some evidence for your claim. Because you keep referencing people hiding. This is getting ridiculous. teacher. No, YouTube did not let it through. I told you if you want to put links, put it in the White Forest page.
To get away from it, you could sort of move out
Like,
west.
people are not mass getting away from it. It is a problem, but it is not a mass problem. Actually, people mass running away was what Russia assumed would happen. And that's why they assumed they would take Ukraine in 3 days or whatever, because they assumed everybody would run and hide. I mean, this has been home since 2014, arguably. That came home to all Ukrainians, even those Hungarian speakers in Western. Yeah, exactly. Like, this is so ridiculous. This is... I don't even know how to comment on this. Ukraine support tracker. Okay. Or is it? Yeah. There we go. Government support Ukraine, type of assistant, billion. Estonia, Denmark. And where's Poland? I don't even see Poland on this list. No, right there it is, Poland. The Farsi forum was absolutely already involved massive amount of Ukrainians. I agree. They forgot how serious was in 2022. Yeah. Like, this is just below parody. Yeah. Like, I hate this bit about people hiding. I could give so many anecdotes about people going out of their way to go to Ukraine to fight. Come on. Like, I hate this, how he's building this narrative of people cannot hide anymore. Because people are just mass hiding. Obviously.
Or you could flee the country. And, if you were, like, say, in Lvov or something like that, you might still face the occasion.
Lvov? Wait, what is this sort of Polish, like, hybrid pronunciation? What's up with this? Well, Lvov?
Missile flying bit, or you could flee the country. And, if you were, like, say, in Lvov or something.
Lvov. Damn.
Like that, you might
Polish
still face
vibes.
the occasional missile flying.
Almost Lvov.
There. But it was relatively sort of a stable situation.
It's weird to me that people still think of him as a leftist. This content is as bad as Tucker Carlson. I'm not even going to argue that.
I get there are other economic problems and stuff like that. But I think that ultimately it's just a meat grinder there at the front lines.
Yeah, a Russian meat grinder. And Lviv already has been attacked several times. Bombing. Of course, people in Ukraine want to hide. This whole narrative about people just hiding whatever they can in their little holes is such misinformation. It's like bordering propaganda. It's Lvov in Russian. Only in Ukrainian it's not. Damn. Interesting choice of nomenclature. I'll say that much. Very interesting choice of nomenclature from our expert guest who was a teacher. Lvov.
If they can't just keep they can't keep raising the conscription age ceiling, and sort of scraping the bottom of the barrel.
What do you mean? What do you mean raising? That's not what's happening. The point is not to raise the age of conscription. The actual aim is to conscript more younger people, 25-year-olds or something like that. That's the goal, not to Where did you get this idea from? That the age of conscription is going to be raised? Yeah, 60-year-olds are going to be conscripted. That's the plan to win. Yeah, Lviv had been bombed from early on. Like, come on. I've never heard this.
More and more putting prisoners out there and stuff like that.
Or are you talking about Russia? You're talking about Russia, right? Prisoners. That's Russia's doing that. Okay, he's talking about Russia. Never mind.
Eventually, it's going to turn into a political problem where you have people running on either ending conscription, which will end the war, or just flat out ending the war itself.
Wait, who is he talking about? It's conscription prisoners.
For the simple reason that it's just hurting Ukrainians, ordinary Ukrainians.
Wait, hold on. Did he just say Ukraine wants to raise conscription age and conscripts prisoners? I want to see some data on that. I know that Russia is conscripting prisoners en masse. But Ukraine? I'd like to see some data. Not anecdotes about people hiding and personal opinions.
Too much. And I think that is probably a more likely settlement at this point. I don't think Zelensky is really in a position where he can settle now. I just don't, because the politics of it, the way that the right has him over a barrel, and it will just...
The right's not even a significant power in Ukraine right now, from what I know. Oh yeah, the right has such a tight grip over Zelensky. The right, the ever-present right wing in Ukraine. What were the numbers even? Do they even have a presence in the parliament currently? The right sector or whatever?
Seem everybody is going to read it as him selling the country.
Hello, tipster.
Out if he does it now. And I saw one of your critics talking about, well, America would come in and rescue Zelensky or something. Huh. No, we aren't.
No, like, that's the funniest part, because like it doesn't make sense.
This is the biggest collection of silly conspiracy theories ever. Where do those people get these things? And they don't substantiate a single thing with anything. Not a single data point was given throughout this talk so far. And it's been how long? How long has this talk been going on? Let me see on the timeline of the stream. We've been reacting for like over an hour right now. No data points were given. Simply opinion pieces. I would go as far as to say conspiracy pieces.
Like the extremely online side of this conflict is like obviously petty and annoying, because like American...
The online side of this conflict.
Foreign policy is going to be what it is, no matter what the fuck we say on Reddit, right? You can watch all the drones drop grenades on Russian orcs footage all you want on subreddits, and no matter how much you fan...
Svoboda has one member. National right sector has none out of 400. Oh wow! Thank you, Mevsifu. Thank you. Well, damn. Then the right wing really has a grip on Zelensky, doesn't it? Strong grip. Strong grip.
fantasize about that sort of thing. Like, your opinion is completely irrelevant when it comes to American foreign policy, right? Or you can be pushing Z. Doesn't fucking matter. There's nothing that we can say or do. However,
well, we can sort of tell it how it is. We cannot twist the truth. We can try to be objective about the conflict. If we claim to put ourselves in the position of people that want to inform others of what's going on in this conflict, we can be as objective as we can, not twist anecdotes as proofs of some sort of wider rule, claiming that people are just hiding left and right, calling people that give Ukrainian people a voice psychopaths that are perverts. You could do that, you know? It's part of the online part of this war. You know, you could actually journal, like in the name of the thing that you claim to want to be, journalist. You could journal the war, so to speak. Journal, right? Get to the bottom of the truth. Don't give us a rapid fire of conspiracy theories without any backing and data whatsoever. Like, I can go to any site for that. Isn't it supposed to be a Ukraine expert speaking here? The teacher of 2017 and 2018. I'm not impressed. In many ways, he has a higher standard than CNN, I heard. Well, then, CNN has a pretty low standard, I'm afraid to say. Because to me, this is pretty bottom of the barrel.
one thing that I will never understand, if we are going to talk about...
Again, won't name names. People who actually go to Ukraine, report on the ground, do their best to not narrativize, do their best to keep it objective, do their best to give you the truth, to sort of be a guiding hand through the bullshit that is being fed through the likes of Hasan Piker. They don't get as much recognition as Hasan Piker. They get a fraction of the audience. Which... And no, I don't mean myself. I certainly don't mean myself. It is just ridiculous.
About, like, you know, the Reddit...
There's so many people doing good work when it comes to coverage of Ukraine. But this clown gets the biggest audience. So he has the loudest voice on the issue. And that is a big problem. I would say that is a big problem with the medium itself.
Side, or the Twitter NATO defenders and whatnot. The one thing that's always really interesting to me is that, like...
Well, I never went to Ukraine, for one, to do anything on the ground, which we'll see. We'll see what will happen.
Yeah, if this was a matter of, like, Ukrainians and what their wants and what their interests are, okay, we would have instituted Article 5. We would have brought in Ukraine into NATO. Do you think Ukrainians don't want that? Of course they want that. They want to be defended. They want West.
Well, Trump does not want to defend NATO members if they don't pay enough. Just keep that in mind. Europe, again, I will remind you all, Europe is already planning on creating a NATO alternative in Europe.
Western forces to come in and defend Ukraine. Like, no Ukrainian is going to say no to that. It's completely understandable that they would say that. But there's a reason why we don't do that. Well, because of the obvious pressures and the potential for nuclear holocaust, or at least, like...
Interestingly enough, foreigners are the biggest cowards about the nuclear holocaust thing. Oh, please. Hasan never cared about Ukraine, what Ukrainians want. Correct.
I remember this was like really prescient at the time. I thought it was really interesting. There was a moment where like the American State Department cutouts would go into like CNN and whatnot, and maybe briefly talk about the potential for a mini nuke, like certain parts. Do you remember this?
Well, now we're taking nukes into space. Don't forget.
Yeah.
This was like they like when they brought that up, I was like, holy shit! Like there's a real situation that like
The online left needs to help make it clear to Americans that Biden versus Trump voting for or against European security. I think NATO is just so important, and we need to be all in on. Yeah, we do. And you all in the US need to contact your local representatives and, pressure them for the aid to Ukraine, especially those on the fence Republican ones. You can sort of, do a little bit of teasing with voting. Hasan is like the dumbest asshole in the political commentary space. He makes the horseshoe theory look like science. Or he's just anti-America and doesn't mind fascism as long as it's not Western. Yeah, that's correct. That is absolutely correct. Your neighborly sheet poster. Correct. Hasan Empty Chair Piker. Also, welcome to the stream. You're making up the bulk of my Twitch audience. Thank you for that. I'm the biggest... Oh, now I can claim this title. I'm the biggest Polish trans Jewish Ukraine coverage streamer. There you go. That's my new claim to fame. I don't think there's any other Polish trans streamer doing coverage of Ukraine. I think many are trying to glitter some little are like Hasan. Very stupid and lack of listening. Yeah. Dude annoys me so much I swear at him in Polish, which I rarely do. Oh, you're Polish. Wait, have you been here before? Based.
Russia could deploy a tactical nuke, and they're like, it seems like they're kind of trying to get ahead of it. Like
that was, I think that was mostly brinksmanship. Europe wouldn't let them do that because you face like depending on where they drop it, you face potential fallout problems in Poland or wherever.
No, absolutely.
Poland, the place Hasan hates.
But I thought that was mostly just sort of posturing and brinksmanship and just,
Yeah, I'm Polish. I know you're too. I'm just saying Hasan Piker is proof alone how American leftists are out of touch, and I've grown disillusioned with the far left. Fuck 'em. I mean, I would consider myself pretty far left, to be quite honest. I'm pretty far left. So I guess you can consider me the reasonable far left person. I hope. I hope you consider me reasonable. Hasan failing as a China stand by not even recognizing that she has been pretty hardline on going against Putin on the dangers of nuclear war and the associates rhetoric. His China stand or cringe? I actually want to read to you something interesting from that article. There's a really interesting thing from that article from that person that talked about China. Very interesting. But people really don't understand China at all. And that person is a China expert, so he would know. Okay. This is the question. Security costs. I think China understands that pressuring the West and putting the West in a worse situation is also directed against China, because China, by weakening the West, is weakening its best client. And the answer from Professor... what's his name? Bogdan Guralczyk was, that's true, although the Chinese situation is a little bit more complicated. The China of Xi Jinping have said goodbye to the China of Deng Xiaoping. The China of Xiaoping was pragmatic, very logical, very careful, and it was led by the sort of logic of we will lead the party out of the industry. We will lead the party out of sort of micromanaging the industry. We will divide ideology from production, and we will sort of create this sort of big sort of a group emperor. Okay, and here with Xi Jinping we have a return of the emperor, a one rule of one emperor. The party is entering once again all those domains that it earlier exited. Ideology is entering once again into everything, not pragmatism. Xi Jinping has sort of reined in all of the big companies. He has hit the developer sector, and it's like the third GDP earner for China. Apparently, just recently, one of the biggest companies, Evergrande, after years of struggling, was bankrupted. And people use their life savings to get a apartment because the developer bubble has sort of burst. And all of these things will slow down China's growth, etc., etc. And already people in the US are happy that what happened to Japan in the 80s and 90s will happen to China. There you go. Wow. I'm so glad that I could have read to you the opinion of a Chinese expert, of a politics scientist and a sinologist. So that person's basically, his field of expertise is laser focused on China. Let's be real, China's capital is better than America, so nothing to do with leftist ideas really. Sort of, yeah. Nie lubię, kiedy ktoś pożywia się jak lewicowy, co ma w łbie to antyzachód i antyamerykanizm, to jest swoją formą starego sowieckiego faszyzmu. Potem siedzi na streamie z dżihadystami, tak jak Hufici, i myśli, że wspiera Palestyńczyków, kiedy prawdą jest Hamas opresorem. Tak jak jest. Yeah. I mean, Hamas are terrorists. Sorry for reading Polish on the stream. Yeah. Sort of. But there's a lot more ideology. It's complicated, okay? It's complicated.
Especially like a lot of the sort of the NAFO guys,
It's very
and a
complicated.
lot of these
And we also often like, okay, let's not just get it. Let's continue.
folks really do not have, they're out of touch with what the Biden administration is actually doing and what they want, because you can see like they're talking, we want a full-on invasion, and we want to like some of the
Listen, this is the perfect opportunity for me to do a little bit of a plug-in as a short break before we continue. I'm a leftist creator. I'm the only Polish trans streamer that does Ukraine coverage. I deserve some growth. Listen, if you want to support me, if you want me to get like a camera so that I can do field work, and no other streamer is gonna be supporting me in that endeavor, then please support me. Okay? That will be a sign that you actually like what I do. I'll be a sign that I actually deserve the growth, etc. True. So yes, consider. I try not to watch politics. It frustrates me too much. But you're watching me.
them will actually start talking about going into Moscow. and overthrowing Putin and doing stuff like that. And it's just like the administration is nowhere near that. Or like, remember, the counteroffensive, and they were extremely bullish on that. And then afterwards, you find out that the administration was like, we have our doubts. We don't think this is going to work. So yeah, I'm always very, very skeptical. I guess it depends on who they actually have talking. It's one thing for somebody actually in the Pentagon right now, or an administration official or someone like that to be making those statements. But when it's just like some random ex-Pentagon guy who's gone into private contracting or decided he wants to become an influencer or whatever, that's when I start becoming skeptical of those kind of statements.
Yeah. I guess what I was trying to say is that it's not. I mean, we're aligned on this. I think that like there is a extent to how much we are willing to support Ukraine in this, in their just cause of wanting to be rid of this invasion, and that much. Like that much is clear. That's an undeniable fact, right? There is no fly zone over Ukraine. That's not. And I don't personally think that would be a good idea anyway, because of the obvious reality of the matter, given what the Russian retaliation could look like potentially, greatly escalating the conflict into NATO states, or at least like testing the boundaries and American interest in like how much they're willing.
It's all about the big players playing on the chessboard, isn't it? All the little less important countries don't really matter, do they?
To defend Poland, for example. Does that make sense? Like, because I believe that like I don't think America gives a shit about Poland either. Like, it doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter. You don't have to care about a place. Fulfill your obligations. Fulfill your obligations. That's all. Yeah. It is hypocrisy to the biggest extent. But then again, Hasan has also been attacking Poland itself lately. So,
of which they give a shit about Poland is like what that says about NATO and how it exists, right? Like it's more so like you're not defending Poland because you care about Poland.
That is so annoying. Nobody cares why Poland is being defended. The only thing we care about as Polish people, I think the Polish chatter will attest, is that Poland is defended. Nobody cares about the whys of it.
You're defending Poland because like you have to defend NATO nations, or else there's no reason for NATO to exist at all.
And that's good enough for me. You know what? That's good enough for me. As long as that obligation is upkept, I don't care about anything else. I don't care about anything. I don't care about the motif. Soviet oppression has ruined us as a country. Like, people really don't remember just how much in debt the Polish People's Republic was at the end of its existence. Like, I've said it at the start of this stream, basically. Like, people don't remember just how similar Poland and Ukraine were when it came to where they stood in many sort of aspects. And then sort of Poland moved more further towards the European Union and also NATO membership. The European Union was a huge boost to Poland. And of course, Ukraine saw that, hey, these guys used to be similar to us. And look at them now. Hey, we could do this as well, right? And I mean, it makes sense. Of course it makes sense. Americans cannot relate to this trauma like we do with Ukrainians. This is the big reason they're so stupid about it. I guess so.
It greatly undermines the entire purpose of NATO if you don't defend Poland.
Yeah.
So But clearly,
So again, nobody cares about the whys.
they have none of that consideration for Ukraine whatsoever, despite the fact that Ukrainians understandably want it.
Yeah, there's
so-
still certain obligations to the Budapest Memo. Oh, whatever. This is.
I guess I ask all my interlocutors that that they should extend that way of thinking into why, like how much we care.
Thank you, Roderick. Thank you for the €25. Have some support from Austria. Critical support against the idiot. Thank you so much. Wow, thank you. That's a lot of. Wow, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
About Ukrainian considerations and Ukrainian emancipation in our efforts to defend Ukraine. That's why I always
Like this is such juvenile I don't even know if the word analysis applies here. Analysis of the situation. He's a man child. I wanted to avoid saying this, but yeah. It's meant to be paired with Tucker's coverage, right? This seems like a dual prong kind of thing to me. Sort of. I mean, I'm also planning to cover Anna Kasparian. Anna Kasparian, I think, lambasting a person from Denmark, of all places. Are you all aware of the whole Anna Kasparian debacle? The debacle? And I think these guys fundamentally misunderstood what the view of US or NATO here in Eastern Europe is. Yeah, I think so as well. Okay? I think so as well. Maybe that is too conspiracy brained, but Jesus. Okay, I'm gonna insert my things. I've prepared them. They're my original content, so I'm gonna do them now, okay? I don't care. These people claim to be leftists. They claim to understand what leftism is. They actually claim to understand what leftism is better than us Eastern Europeans, okay? And I hate to do this. I don't do this often, but this is ridiculous. Like those stands of the Soviet Union. I'm pretty sure that Hasan is a Soviet Union stan. I don't know about this other guest, but the Hasan Piker has praised the Soviet Union time and time again, forgetting one little detail. We, as Eastern Europeans, collectively have went through the Soviet bloc. We went through the Soviet bloc, okay? And a lot of our parents, grandparents have received education in communism theory, Marxism, etc. Very in-depth education. Okay? They lived the system. And so, also, as I've said before in the stream, ironically enough, because many people had such in-depth knowledge about how actual socialism and then communism should work, they became huge critics of actual regimes in their respective countries and in the Soviet Union, because they knew from the things that they were taught that it's not actually what's happening. Like one of the biggest true believer communists in Poland, member of the party, I believe, has written an open letter to the party saying, listen, I believe in this idea. We should move forward into giving the workers the control over the means of production. We should do this. We should do that. It's time to move forward towards socialism. What happened? He got put in jail for 3 years and got disillusioned that actually the system can be reformed from within. And that is how he became a fighter against the regime. And for example, look at this. little. I'm gonna be smart enough to hide my grandparents' name, but this is like a final thesis. I'm gonna show it on full thing. This is a university thesis, a university paper, this big thing, this hardcover thing, okay? This is a university thesis of my grandfather from my father's side, and its title is Legal Responsibility Over Incidents at Work, okay? I'm gonna read you the first pages, maybe the first few sentences of it, and you'll get an idea as to how entrenched people were in this system that we're living in. Like, this is written within this was written in what year? When did grandfather for it? 1962. That is when he did the final paper. Lotraf, Hasan does this just chatting political trash for one reason and one reason only. It's all about the cloud and money. There is nothing more to. I think so. I believe so. Also, welcome to the stream. You're building up my Twitch audience. The socialist system, okay? The socialist the socialist system of governments as one of the central problems puts forward the care about the working man. It is the forethought of the great acts of the party and the government. When we take upon the problem of the responsibility, the legal responsibility over workplace incidents, I believe that the modern legal system and the interest with these topics are not enough. I think this problem has not found its proper place within practice as well as theory. If we take into account a yearly amount of accidents, a yearly amount of accidents at work, like throughout the last few years, it seems like we are getting more and more incidents. Then we will come to the conclusion that the topic of this work is not light. When we want to talk about responsibility in the workplace, we want to precisely define what we define as an accident at work. And blah, blah, blah. He talks about the thing. And there's very interesting thing when he talks about... when he actually talks about the comparison to the capitalism view and compares it to the socialist view, right? And I'm gonna just read a bit more, and then we're going to go back. The preservation of life and the health of human beings can be seen from two different perspectives. One of them is humanitarian. It is the preservation of human life in general, and especially the preservation of the life of this socially important moment, which is being at work. this point of view, when it comes to the development of the protection at work, was the beginning and base, and it stays like that to this day. However, with time, it has turned out that to depend on humanitarianism when it comes to lack of the incidents at work, or appealing to human emotions that the sort of bosses should feel towards their workers, did not give real results, which we would like to sort of expect. From about 100 years, it is accepted widely in all civilized countries that it is the role of the state and the sort of responsibility of the state to control whether or not the sort of person who is the boss creates proper work conditions for their workers. And because of that, certain laws were created. Oh, there you go. There we go. I'm gonna read about the economic incentive. So in the United States of North America, there is a purely economical model. There is a purely economical direction of security at workplace. A slogan was thrown that security is something that sort of is profitable. This direction gave good results. This is actually very interesting. That someone who lives in the 1960s actually says the profit motive thing, like this, it is profitable to keep the workers safe, that the model works. My grandfather doesn't say here that the model is dog shit and it's just evil capitalist model. He says that this sort of direction has given positive results. But even it did not sort of save itself from sort of this one-sidedness and overemphasis of counting everything in how much it's worth in money, even if it's at the cost of human life. So he said that it's given some positive results, but even that model even though it gave positive results, was not safe from sort of going overboard and sort of treating everything as being able to count its value in money, including human life. In Poland, the main direction is the humanitarian one, which is treated one-sidedly, with total omission of the economy side. And this has not given us the expected results. It was expected to, very incorrectly and too theoretically, that the level of social bond among all citizens is so high that security just has to be realized based on the humanitarian good of people, and everything will just sort itself out. And so on and so forth. I think it's interesting. And here, to sort of give you a little bit of a picture that Eastern Europeans know what socialism is, okay? Like, this is like the declaration of the program of the newly formed leftist party in Poland after the Soviet, like after the fall of the quote unquote communist regime, after the fall of the Soviet Union. We people of the Polish left wing, united by a belief that Poland needs a modern social democratic party, have created in 1992 the party which I will not name. We have created it above the so far historical divisions and organizational. We wanted to build a democratic Poland for everything, a tolerant Poland, free of arrogance and greed. We shared a fear about the changes that were happening in Poland when in 1989 a page in history was turning. Together with the millions of Polish people, we believed that we will create a place of freedom and justice, and that in the first order, for those who work for those things the most. That did not happen. This is from 1999. The liberals, which sort of were driven by economy, unfairly share the fruit of the changes. What we call prosperity has become a privilege of a very small elite, and most of Polish people were pushed to the role of poorly paid citizens of second category, and so on and so forth. Okay? So there we go. The Voice of the Gulag by Olgierd Wolszyński. On the cult of individual and its consequences by Khrushchev. Those are all the things, and it's a bit frustrating when people from the West, like this guest or Hasan, say, oh, those Eastern Europeans, they just don't really understand Marxism and socialism like we do. That's why they just cannot appreciate what the Soviet Union was like we do. They just want to be NATO for the sake of being cool and just sabotage the wonderful, wonderful paradise which was the Soviet Union.
Ways have said that I think it's important to be realistic with Zelensky from the jump, and even urge if you were an honest a person engaging in diplomacy,
if you're
you would
an
be like,
honest person, you would urge your representatives. You would call your representatives non-stop for aid for Ukraine. That is what an honest actor would do. The opposite of what Hasan is pushing for. Yeah, that is true. Later, Bell, that is true.
certain point this has to end, and this is the extent of the help that we can give you, and we got to start.
Oh yeah, so the destiny position that he gave with Ben Shapiro, a wonderful. Destiny and Hasan sort of unite on this weird position.
We have to start the conversation around ceasefire, and
this is literally what Destiny said in his debate with Ben Shapiro. Hey, we're giving you some money, but it's been a while now, so now you have to talk because we're withdrawing aid. I didn't expect Hassan and Destiny to agree on this, but you know, it happens. It happens.
And peace talks.
Yeah. All you have to do is look at what Zelensky's asks have been, like what kind of aid he wants in sort of an ideal scenario.
The one that will allow him to win. His asks are not actually all that unreasonable, considering how much less the US has to spend than on any other conflict before.
And compare that to what we're actually giving him. And it's never that. We never really come anywhere near.
Yeah, and that is a problem. Not needing to negotiate. The problem is aid. Thank you. You've diagnosed the problem right now, right here. There's there's nothing more to say. Pressure your representatives. Like, call. I'll call again. More aid will help, not negotiations with a genocidal regime. Get real. This bummed me out when Disney started saying it. It bummed me out as well because I believed that Disney was good on Ukraine. It bummed out many people.
What he's asking for, and these are kind of these are his baseline, like minimum. This is not even
Yeah, he knows what Ukraine, surprise, he knows what Ukraine needs to win. What a shocker. The person that regularly visits troops, that has his hand on the pulse, that is very active non-stop when it comes to these things, knows what is needed to win. What a shocker. I would not have expected this in a million years.
He still talks about this as if he can win this war just with Ukrainian ground troops and stuff like that. And I don't think that that's even viable anymore.
How can you say you are not substantiating anything you're saying? With aid? Of course. For as much as these people are brain rotten by Iraq and Afghanistan wars, they can't put into context the more than 1 trillion USD on Iraq and 2 trillion USD on Afghanistan to put into context. Yeah, exactly. Like, this is ridiculous. I cannot believe we have to return to this point time and time again. Just how little, relatively speaking, the US has been spending on this so far. No, it's okay. It's not redundant.
So I don't think that even he is being all that realistic about what it would take. But even by
He is. He's asking exactly for what he needs that it would take. What do you mean? You cannot just give inadequate aid and then shrug and say, see, this whole thing was doomed from the start. See? Like, I see this happening all the time. Lack of aid. Ukrainian forces have to retreat because of critical lack of weapons and ammunition. And critics coming out of the woodwork and saying, oh, I knew it from the start. I knew from the beginning that I knew from the beginning that this Ukraine could not win. Just Ukraine was failed to lose from the beginning. I always knew it.
By his standards, we aren't coming anywhere close to it. And I think that this is sort of the winning argument about this, because you can bypass all of these questions.
People don't trust Ukraine's new top commander anywhere near as much of its Iron General Zaluzhny in new polls finds. This is I'm not even so sure about this. Like, I've heard from people that are on the ground with soldiers that they are, first of all, like, there are a couple of aspects to this. Believe it or not, Syrskyi actually has a pretty good portfolio under his belt. He was the architect of the most successful counter-offensive, the Kharkiv one. Like he was the person that basically made the successful Kharkiv counteroffensive what it was, right? And from what I've heard on a lot of, I mean, this is turning into anecdotal stuff again. So I would have to see the polls, but many people from what I've heard were saying that we're not really for or against Sirsky. We just have to see. We just have to see how he does. Like that was like the more of a consent. There wasn't this huge, from what I've heard, pushback against him in the army. There was this let's wait and see. Let's not be hasty in our judgment sort of thing. You know? So I don't know. I would have to actually see these polls. Can you see these polls? Let's see. I want to see. That's for 4 days ago. A new poll shows Ukrainians trust the former top commander General Valery Zaluzhny more than his successor. The poll reflects public opinion after President Zelensky's push for new military leadership. I want to see the poll. Sirsky did retake Kharkiv. He faced criticisms after the Battle of Bakhmut. I would have to see those polls. I don't know if anyone can find those polls for me so that we can take a look.
About should we be helping them, and what's sort of the just course of action for the U.S. to take in terms of sending them weapons. You can get around that once you acknowledge the reality of what's going on. And once you get past that and
what's
say,
the reality?
hey, but that's not what's going to happen. So acknowledging that, what is your second best outcome here?
This is such a horrible, dishonest, sort of vicious cycle. We're gonna give you not enough aid, then you're gonna not meet your objectives, then we're gonna say, well, meeting your objectives weren't viable to begin with, I guess, so you have to think of a different thing. Who's this on the line? A guest who's like an expert who taught English in Ukraine between 2017 and 18. Hasan's expert on Ukraine by the name of Karl Bayer or Beiger.
What's your damage control approach to this situation on the assumption that we aren't going to give them enough aid to win?
Yeah. So a couple things I want to talk to you about is Zaluzhny and the I guess domestic dispute.
And ironically, like push for those Republicans that are not super MAGA crazies and make them sort of allies in the House or something, right?
between
Like that is a viable like strategy here, I believe.
the former general commander of the Ukrainian ground forces.
Like do whatever it takes. Do whatever it takes to sort of secure more aid for Ukraine, of course.
And the new commander of the Ukrainian ground forces. I shared my screen with you. Can you?
This situation is very dire. Like, Russia has been attacking in like 5 different directions at once, taking advantage of the shortages. Just today.
Seeing it?
Yeah. I see it.
And also, of course, I want to talk about Navalny. Actually, as a matter of fact, I'm going to go into Navalny right now.
Oh, they're going to speak about Navalny again? Navalny, not Navalny. Navalny.
I want to play this. I want to play this out real quick, partially because I want to go pee while I play this out real quick. And then, not the whole thing, but I'll pause it and we'll get back to it in a second. But I'm going to do that right now. Okay? And you can hear it too.
Good. Yeah.
So we'll talk about Navalny a little bit, and then we'll get back to Zaluzhny.
Clear my mind here a little bit and not say what I'm really thinking. But let me be clear. This is an outrageous thing for a president to say. I can't fathom. From Truman on, they're rolling over in their graves hearing this. As long as I'm president, America stands by our sacred commitment to our NATO allies, as they have stood by their commitments to us repeatedly. Putin and the whole world should know, if any adversary were to attack us, our NATO allies would back us. And if Putin were to attack a NATO ally, the United States will defend every inch of NATO territory. Now's the time for even greater unity among our NATO allies, to stand up to the threat that Putin's Russia poses. You know, I send my deepest condolences to Alexei's staff and supporters. We're going to continue his work despite this loss, despite all of Putin's desperate attempts to stamp out the opposition, and most of all to his family, especially to his wife, his daughter, and his son, who've already sacrificed so much for their family and a shared dream for a better future for Russia.
This is just so like, I cannot believe what, And Hasan Piker has such a huge audience as well. Oh, ridiculous.
I just want to say God bless Alexei Navalny. His courage will not be forgotten, and I'm sure it will not be the only courage we see coming out of Russia in the near term. Thank you. I'll be happy to take a couple questions.
Sir, first, was this an assassination?
The answer is we don't know exactly what happened, but there is no doubt that the death of Navalny was the consequence of something that Putin and his thugs did.
And to be clear, you warned Vladimir Putin when you were in Geneva of devastating consequences if Navalny died in Russian custody. What consequences
he did say that.
Should he?
He did say that. So what do you think? My assessment is like I don't think we'll ever know what the real situation on hand is.
The real situation is that an opposition person was just silenced. That's the reality of the situation.
If there's like a lot of political reasons leading up to an election, because this will cause like a little bit of internal disruption no matter what. And he was already arrested and in prison anyway. I think it's more so like I do agree that he definitely did allow Navalny to die in prison at the very least, and therefore is directly responsible for his death, of course.
Okay, you just have no clue what you're talking about if you're gonna do this sort of thing here.
Yeah.
But I don't know if it's like a direct poisoning situation or if it's like he just fucking died because of the horrible conditions because he had poisoned them prior.
I'm assuming that he had him killed.
Yeah.
I think
you.
that seems pretty
At least
safe
you can
to
say
me,
that.
just because
he does do that a lot.
Yeah, I mean, you know, that's kind of his thing, and there's no real reason to
It's kind of a thing for dictators in general.
doubt it. The sort of political logic of doing it right now has a little bit to do with elections. I think it's hard to say, but I'm not. I'm not really giving Putin the benefit of a doubt on this. There's no need to.
Yeah. No. I
Yeah.
like no matter what, it is his fault regardless. Like obviously,
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Okay.
I had when
unless
I
he was
lived in-
vaccinated.
yeah, like when I
There are actually people that do say that he was killed by vaccine. So
lived in Moscow, and I was at Moscow State University, which is one of these beautiful old castles they have in Moscow that Stalin built. And I was up on I
Stalin,
think like the
the
eighth
person-
floor, and this
the
was
person that Putin really, really wants to be.
right around when tensions with Georgia were really ramping up, and they were being very, very hard on Georgian immigrants at the time, closing down their businesses, banning Georgian products.
Interestingly enough, a lot of Georgian businesses open in Poland since the beginning of the full-scale invasion.
You'd see Georgians getting beat up out in the streets and stuff like that. Well, one day, I had a Georgian neighbor who lived across from me. One day, the militia comes and knocks at his door, and I heard the knocking, and I thought it might be my door, so I open up my door and look out, and these two, they're sort of quasi-military, quasi-police guys are standing there, and I asked them what's going on, and they're just like, "Всё хорошо," it's all good, go away. And so I went away, and then I eventually heard somebody let them in. And then the next day, I find out that my Georgian roommate mysteriously
theory.
fell out the window.
New theory on Hasan. His love of One Piece is related on how he can stretch NATO bad into 12-hour streams and repeat the same talking points like One Piece can stretch one chapter into 4 episodes. True. Just read the manga.
And died.
Don't read the manga version of the Hasan show.
That's a common cause of death. I think.
Yeah.
Seems like
Yeah.
seems like a
Yeah.
normal occurrence. I mean, otherwise, if it wasn't natural,
Then why are you so eager for negotiations if you...
why does it happen so much, Carl?
Yeah, and I've had
Amazing.
friends who have been beat up over there. I was myself at one
You know this, and yet it doesn't click. Somehow it doesn't.
point followed by like these militia guys with dogs, and they're clearly watching. It was after I attended Anna Politkovskaya's wake, which is a lot like Navalny's right now, the murdered journalist.
Yeah, the
and they were putting
journalist. We
flowers
all know
all
about the
out
journalist.
front, and they had some cops just kind of standing there watching the people who came to pay.
Cops or militia? Like, you're switching from cops to militia, but whatever. The militia is not the police. They're sort of different.
Their respects, and I think they probably heard me speaking English, and so they sort of followed me for a few blocks, I think, just to see where I was going to go, probably to intimidate me too. So it's like that kind of thing happens in Russia, and I don't want to overstate it. You had one liberal yesterday saying that they arrest you if you criticize their grocery stores. And that doesn't happen at all. Everybody loves to complain about their grocery stores in Eastern Europe. But, this...
Not all of Eastern Europe is Russia, though. I can't believe I have to say this. I'll say it again. Not all of Eastern Europe is Russia. Also, everybody in Eastern Europe likes to complain about their What's there to complain about a grocery store? Like, everybody in Eastern Europe likes to complain about their What? Where did that come from? I'm from Eastern Europe, and I don't complain about my groceries. You have enough choice of grocery stores that you can just go to a different one if you don't like it.
I would not put this past Putin.
Yeah. Wait, did you see the video of Navalny one day prior to his death in good health in prison? Definitely evidentiary he was put out and not sick, but who...
Such free speech to be able to complain about the price of eggs without getting shot. True and real. Just eat some meat. Just eat some meat cake. Such a beef cake. Eat it. Eat it up.
Who knows? This is court video of Navalny in Russian prison day
200 IQ. True.
before reported death. Seems to show Putin critic in good health. First of all, I like that they're saying he seems to be in good health. My man has lost like 80 fucking pounds here.
Apparently, Navalny had like over 5 million subscribers or something on YouTube.
He looks like a victim, okay? But I mean, it's seemingly he doesn't look like he's gonna die one day later. So I get why they're showing this.
Yeah.
But yeah, let's talk about Navalny's background a little bit, because I'm of the mindset that, and I laugh about this all the time because like sometimes people will come into the chat and be like, Hasan, you don't understand the communist. There's a communist party in Russia, and it's like, no, there is no real opposition within the existing political infrastructure in Russia to Vladimir Putin. There's only controlled opposition. And then I guess like anything that's outside of said controlled
Is he
opposition
gonna say that Navalny was controlled opposition?
is usually backed by Western parties, Western forces. But yeah, I feel like Alexei Navalny is no different in that situation. Like he's like, obviously Putin is a villain of in every sense of the word, regardless of his own personal motivations and interests and whatnot. But like he is not a good guy. But I would not say that Navalny.
I love this deep levels of analysis. This one's a good guy. This one's a villain. This one's a anti-hero.
Is a good guy either, right?
No, he's a right-wing ethno-nationalist.
Yeah.
Extremely anti-Muslim. It's been.
Well, he also held many same sort of imperialist views. Like he switched his sort of mind on Crimea at least like 3 times.
It's been surreal watching folks sort of valorize him simply because he's been in the opposition to
They
Putin.
did that to fucking what's his face, Prigozhin, right? I mean, they did that to fucking the head of Wagner.
Yeah. I mean,
because he was marching into Russia. Like it was so mind-boggling to me.
I just remember people hoping that it would cause chaos within Russia. Not that, no.
It's more like
nobody called him a good guy.
Matter. It doesn't matter who it is. Like if you're standing against Putin, like we love you, and it's.
I don't remember anybody calling him a good guy ever.
The fuck do you mean? Like that's insane.
What are you referring to?
Yeah, he's he is a particularly bad guy, and I think that there's
who called him a good guy
about him against him. Let's see, there was the extremism charge, and that was about sort of fomenting nationalism and basically Nazi propaganda type stuff. And the punishment is wrong, but the charge was correct. That's absolutely what he did. And then they hit him with a terrorism charge on basically the exact same grounds.
Yeah, this is also deeply hypocritical, obviously, because like there are plenty of ultra-nationalist sentiment in Russia as well.
Well, no kidding. There's plenty of ultra-nationalist sentiment in Russia. You could have fooled me. Oh boy. Really? Nationalism in Russia? Who could have guessed? Who could have known?
And as long as they're aligned with the government, chat, that doesn't, like, they're fine, if that makes sense.
Nationalism
like it's not because they're woke by any means or genuinely anti-Nazi.
Oh, for fuck's sake. I cannot believe what I'm hearing. Russia's just woke or whatever.
By any means. So I hope you understand that. I don't think Carl is saying that like that Navalny is like a guy who, or the only guy who was an extremist and an ultra nationalist, ethno nationalist of this sense in Russia.
Oh no.
What is Hassan's audience? I want to know that he has to put caveats like this.
Not at all. And I mean, one thing that I think
Not at
you
all.
don't see people talk about in the discourse so much is, you have sort of in Ukraine, you have the Azov, like sort of ultra nationalist Nazis whose allegiance is specifically to Ukraine, and who idolize Bandera and that sort of thing. But then you do have these sort of hard right Nazi fascist.
You don't even know how complicated the Bandera topic is. It's so complicated that it's just, don't touch it. If you don't read enough about it, don't even touch it. Bandera is more myth than man at this point. And many people sort of valorize him based on the myth rather than what the man was. So it becomes a really complicated topic. To begin with, Bandera spent most of his time in prison, not even taking part in most of the events that are sort of said, like, attributed to him, even though he sort of approved of those things. He actually never even took part in them himself because he was in jail. How could he? So there's a lot of this whole. I'm actually reading a book on. I'm reading a pretty interesting book on. It started on. Like, it was like the first academic book on Bandera, and it's like an 800 plus pages brick. It's really, Bandera is a complicated figure, and the whole myth around him is even more complicated.
Movements in Russia, in Ukraine, that are sort of a bit on the fence of who they were going to support. And you saw that in the United States too. You still see that sometimes where you have Nazis here sort of trying to decide, okay, well, we like the Azov guys, but we also like Putin, and we don't like, like if they're both Russia and Ukraine have a serious Nazi problem. I don't personally think that it's much more significant than ours. I think the only real difference is that if the Nazis get in power in the US, like if say Trump takes power, our institutions have been pretty resilient and capable of handling him. If you have a hard line, it's some Azov guy who gets swept into power because of his popularity, he's associated with the war or whatever.
Yeah, sure. Like, the right wing is so popular now. Oh yeah, I love these conspiracies. They're just based on nothing, on thin air. Oh yeah, an Azov guy is just gonna come into power. Everybody's basically just hiding from fighting. Like, it's what a picture of Ukraine for a person that supposedly had lived there for 2 years. Oh my god, it's like a whole alternative reality at this point.
In Ukraine, they don't have kind of institutions there, the court system, that kind of thing, or the electoral institutions. They're capable of dealing with somebody like that. And in fact, Zelensky's responsible for destroying a lot of that because he's going around and banning parties.
Oh yeah, the Zelensky is destroying democracy. That sort of theory, I've heard it floated around as well.
We're really moving back towards the sort of old inter-elite struck.
You know, all the parties that were collaborating with Russia. But they should have just... God, people from the West, I cannot believe them. It's like with the banning of the church thing as well. Is the next talking point gonna be like that the poor church was banned? The Orthodox Church, is that gonna be a thing now? The poor Orthodox Church was banned and it was just horrible.
Struggles that used to really define Ukrainian politics. And it's getting really, really factionalized between this hawkish side and then sort of the, I would say, moderate sort of European liberal. Like, you know,
Where is the hot... What are those sides? We've already spoken about just how much power in the government the right has.
that's
Which is none, basically.
Zelensky's faction. I know that a lot of people understandably associate him with Azov and with the Nazis and so on, but that's really not his political.
Many people understandably associate Zelensky with Azov and the Nazis. Where did that come from? Where did that obvious association come from? I want to hear that. What do you mean?
That's Zelensky's faction. I know that a lot of people understandably associate him with Azov and with the Nazis.
Azov. What? Why? Why is it so understandable to associate him with Nazis? He's Jewish. What's so understandable about associating with the Nazis? And with Azov? Which, again, like, people think, and I think that it's pretty shocking and telling that Mr. Teacher here pushes that there's this huge Nazi force within Ukraine that's just like fighting, wrestling for power within the country.
And so on. But that's really not his political faction. That's not where he's...
This is alternative reality. This is like, where am I?
Up if there's a serious political breakdown.
Yeah.
And
what is happening here?
Zaluzhny, the Zaluzhny firing is a big part of that because I think...
Or was he the biggest Nazi or something?
I think that a lot of that comes from the fact that Zaluzhny is just an extraordinarily popular figure in Ukraine, like war heroes often are.
Okay, Mr. Expert, but why are we talking about what ifs? Also, I told you, go to the White Forest page if you want to use links. YouTube really won't let it through. He's doing the same hypothetical with Azov that those supporting Israel are doing with what if Arabs outnumber Israelis and do a jet... Yeah, basically. What if the Nazis just outnumber everybody? Even though they... Not a chance in hell of that happen. Jesus Christ.
While Zelensky's popularity has been...
What if the Nazis just multiply like rabbits?
Steadily falling. And I think that he sort of recognizes a political threat when he sees one and is probably...
Substantiate anything. Because it, so far it's just conjecture and like fantasy. Substantiate any of it. I can make stories as well.
Trying to neutralize it, by putting somebody else in.
You're an English teacher.
Out of power. Who knows how that's going to actually work? But I think that's probably what his actual logic is.
What would you say about Zaluzhny's like I guess like military prowess? If you wanna dive into that a little bit, like from what
the military experts here, like the two super military experts, amazing. I cannot wait for this. The English teacher to give me the military breakdown of the situation.
Saying he was like a little bit more restrained about like what he thought was possible on the ground, in comparison to like Zelensky being a political figure.
That's not exactly
wanting
true.
to maintain his power, maintain his grip on power, or maybe even wanting to propagandize their position so that like people don't, so that there aren't like domestic issues, right? Because like there's always a potential for domestic upheaval when people realize that like maybe the war isn't going in the way that that they thought it would be, right?
Yeah.
So
It's, I guess
Sorry, go ahead.
there's there's a long tradition of generals and people who are actually in the military having a more realistic assessment of.
Sorry, having that the new commander has not a realistic assessment. The person that led the Kharkiv counteroffensive.
What's going on
Or does he have a less realistic outlook of what's going on?
in the ground and their chances than the political leadership. So that doesn't surprise me. I think it is like the one thing I do wonder about is if he gets political, if he actually becomes a political figure, maybe starts challenging Zelensky, is his line going to be, is he going to make a pivot towards saying Zelensky is a traitor and he's selling out?
We're just making fun fiction now. Like alternative, some sort of speculative. This is worthless. Oh, I wonder if this guy's gonna go into politics. Is he gonna call him a traitor? Like, come on. What are we even doing here? Not a single data point was brought, apart from that one article that said that people don't trust Syrskyi as much as Zaluzhny. That was the only thing. The article says that the poll says that that's the case.
Out Ukraine, he's not fighting to the last inch, or is he going to take this more pragmatic, this war is lost?
They're basically just assuming that there's fired general is just gonna come back as a political figure and cause chaos for no reason, quite frankly. What about his two electric bungalow, basically and ironically?
And we need to defend Ukrainian lives and stuff like that.
Basically, this is like listening to What If Alt Hist. What has it come to?
I'm really that's going to be a crucial question, I think, and it's very hard for me to sort of guess where he would go with that. But it's gonna tell us a lot about the state of Ukrainian politics, because it's gonna tell us, Zaluzhny, a lot of his power base is going to come from the hard nationalist right, and if they are becoming pessimistic about winning the war, then everybody is. It seems like they would be the last holdouts.
What ideological faction is he from? Though Zelensky, like, what would he align with? Do you know? I don't know. That's why I'm asking.
There are only two.
No, I mean
there are only two ideological factions: the liberals and the fascists, the Nazis. I'm sorry.
It's difficult to talk about Ukrainian politics in terms of ideology, because
you just did before. You just did seconds ago. Liberals, Nazis. What do you mean it's difficult to talk about Ukrainian politics in terms of ideology? You just did it not a few minutes ago by talking about camps, the Nazis, etc. Those are ideologies, the Nazi ideology. What the? And now it's difficult to speak about Ukrainians in terms of ideologies all of a sudden? True. To be gay with Piłsudski, true. Oh, Jesus Christ. So which is it? Are there these big ideological camps in Ukraine? Or is it difficult to talk about Ukrainians in terms of ideologies, which those two things cannot be true at the same time, surely, right? Wait, have I muted? Surely these two things
map onto distinct political programs. In Ukraine, it's often just a lot of oligarchs sort of vying for power on.
So it's liberals and Nazis and a bunch of oligarchs. Got it.
Kind of similar anti-corruption platforms, and maybe sort of the historically, one major difference was just, are they going to be more aligned with Russia? Or are they going to be more aligned with
Yeah.
the EU? So that's probably about as political as I think he would get. And I think that,
So what's that all talk about liberals and Nazis then?
his preference there is more aligned with the EU and not Russia. But it's precisely because Ukrainian politics aren't ideological in the same way that it's hard to predict where he's going to go. Everything
What do you mean by that? Can you elaborate on what you even mean by that?
depends, I think, on
I think freedom is a pretty good ideology to fight for, no? Fighting for freedom, for your country, for liberation. That's an ideology, believe it or not.
the political mood among the hard right, which are going to be they aren't going to be his biggest base, but they're going to be his most militant and activist and
The far right is not even all that influential.
politically influential base, I think.
How? How will they go from nothing to being super influential? Explain it to me. Explain that to me. How will that happen? Connect the dots.
And they're going to have a lot of credibility because they're going to be, talking about their war experience and stuff like that.
Are the only people that are in the army far righters? The army is just made up of Nazis 100% and far righters. Are those people the only people that have gained any experience in battle and earned anything? Is this what we're going with? The entire army is far right, without exceptions.
Okay.
Not
So
okay.
ultimately, it doesn't really matter. There's like chatters in here saying that he's like a Banderite, or that he's like a hyper nationalistic, or that he marched with right sector. I'm not familiar with his background at all.
Are you familiar with anything at all? What are you familiar with? That would be easier to ask. What are you familiar with?
Do you mind diving into that a little
I
bit,
do
or is that
mind.
too much of a hot potato? I want to know what your perspective on this is, because like I grew up in
The English teacher perspective, of course.
Turkey, okay,
Yeah.
and as someone who grew up in Turkey, like ultra nationalists play a very prominent, very significant role in Turkish politics. So oftentimes I am a bit more, I wouldn't say forgiving, but I don't have the same like
Interesting. How interesting, Hasan Piker.
American lens when it comes to when it comes down to like assessing nationalist figures, especially as like emancipatory figures.
Yeah.
I get
Interesting.
I get that like the average citizen could potentially be a part of a group like that without and still be like a normal person and not like an American Nazi, because there's no political representation for like the American Nazi Party, and most Americans are,
The American Nazi Party.
I guess, like their position.
Also, the Turkish nationalists are good. They're not like the bad U.S. nationalists. What's happening here?
Is that they are nationalist, like and we reaffirm that through every outlet.
What is this Turkish apologia? We're gonna hear the Armenian genocide apologia next. What is this?
Like the national anthem before the NFL games and things of that nature, like that creates like a normal
Yeah, unlike in the U.S. where nationalism is just Nazis. Okay.
fascistic center for every single American to like abide by without aligning themselves with like a significant ultra nationalist cause, right?
Yeah.
Whereas in Europe and in European countries where there's like multiple parties, I feel like there's a more official role that people align with. So I guess the question for you is like,
What?
as far as Bandera, as far as
Oh my God, Bandera again, Bandera that nobody knows anything about. Whenever anybody opens their mouth about Bandera, some sort of bullshit comes out. And there is no exception to this to date. Name me a person, a streamer that has opened their mouth about Bandera. Incorrect things were said. You can name whoever you want. Hello, Arcana. And that will still be true. He's making the same argument as you did with Bandera being an idea more than the man.
Nationalistic, as far as the prominence of nationalism, is this overstated, or is it seen as like a normal figure?
Let's wait. That argument is not being made quite yet.
Or is it? Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so what I would say, I made the comparison to fascism in the US earlier. And I guess, like, what has happened, the way that I see this is that.
Also, you should get rid of your white names. It's a shame. Like, how can Tipster be white?
A lot of the folks who align themselves with Zaluzhny, yeah, him too. But Zaluzhny is actually a good example here, because I doubt that he is a Nazi in the sense of having this, Jewish people are parasites and the Aryan race is superior.
So in what sense is he a Nazi then? In what sense?
And all of that kind of stuff, the actual specific ideology that we associate historically with Nazism. But he is finding himself and deliberately aligning himself with Banderites. And, like he posted a picture on Facebook.
Who do you mean by Banderites? Because that's a very complicated topic. Like some people who are Banderites, quote unquote, just see Bandera as basically like a Ukrainian Piłsudski. Because as I've said, again, Bandera is more a myth than a man at this point.
Facebook recently of him with...
So what do you mean when you say Banderites? You need to be specific here. Because, again, Bandera is more myth than man, you have to be also very specific when discussing who are the Banderites, what are their beliefs, what do they believe about Bandera, what do they know about Bandera, what does what they believe in Bandera actually sort of meet with who Bandera actually was as a person. Those things are important. You just can throw slogans like they're Banderites, obviously.
A prominent right sector guy. He's
here it is.
Yeah. And with the old red and black flag in the background.
Yeah.
And sort of the danger, there's kind of two dangers associated with Azov and with this Ukrainian nationalism.
Azov is not even that prominent, from what I know. Like people like blowing it so out of proportion. It's like makes up 80% of the army or something. The Azov and the Nazis.
General that I see, which is that they end up like if they were just sort of very gung-ho Ukrainians and into Ukrainian history and stuff like that, they would just be...
How much do you know about Ukrainian history? I would wager not a lot. Probably.
Ordinary nationalists, but
ordinary
because they have associated themselves with Bandera.
That's bullshit. I'm sorry. Not everybody who associates themselves with Bandera is automatically a Nazi type. Like many families had pictures of Bandera during like gatherings, and they were singing Polish songs alongside them. People with the Bandera pictures were singing Polish songs. Square that circle for me, since Bandera was responsible for the massacre of Polish people. Again, Bandera is more myth than man. A mythology was built around him, which is not necessarily accurate to what is what the actual person was and actual beliefs were. So you cannot take anyone who associates with Bandera and say, "Oh yeah, Nazi, 100%." That's just not how this works. It's just not. Like you can't do this. It just shows that you know nothing about the subject. You just don't know anything. You should stick to teaching English, probably, Mr. Marxist teacher.
And with this sort of historical struggle against the Soviet Union,
Yeah, USSR, exactly.
Yeah, what that ends up doing is it sort of pushes them towards apologetics of the actual German Nazi party, just because they will
Okay, source. I need a source for this. I need a source for those people who are associating themselves with Bandera and are playing apologetics for the actual German Nazi party. I want to see data. This is the moment when I just say I'm going to disregard anything else that is going to be said here until I see actual hard data on this.
get
Yeah.
hit with charges of sympathy for them, and they'll have to say, well, look, they're, the communists were just as bad, and they'll end up saying stuff like that. And so they become this force for
Oh, for fuck's sake. Are we going to go the defending the USSR route? You're right. The quote-unquote communists from the Soviet Union were not as bad as Bandera. They were far worse. I'm sorry, there's no competition here. Bandera spent most of his time in jail. He wasn't able to do all that much, all things considered, in the grand scheme of things. And the USSR was able to do a lot. A lot. The Great Terror, the Holodomor, the Katyn massacre. Like, the list goes on and on and on and on. So yeah, the Soviet Union was not as bad as Bandera. It was far, far worse, actually. Hasan Piker onboarding anti-Ukrainian misinformation with no source? Say it ain't so.
Nazi apologetics, regardless of what they privately believe. And
It goes
at
back to the same principle, though. It's like when you are invaded, these figureheads they lend themselves so perfectly to building a nationalist mythos. And all of a sudden, even if you didn't give a fuck about Bandera, you're like, well, okay, these guys are saying that he's bad.
No, the mythos of Bandera has been built long before the invasion. Like, you're an idiot. You know nothing. You know nothing on the subject that you're talking about. And that is the problem. That is the problem with you, Hasan. Not that you predicted incorrectly that the war would start. It's that you speak on things that you have no clue about. No knowledge.
And they're a continuation of the USSR, and they're invading my country. So maybe this Bandera guy has some good fucking ideas.
That's not how that worked, and that's not how that happened. No. Also, people in the East really, really hate Bandera. Then that's gonna be just ignored completely. Eastern Europe, like Eastern Ukrainians really, really hate Bandera to begin with. That it's more a thing in the West. But that's a whole other thing.
And obviously, a lot of those ideas were, for those of you who don't fucking know in the chat, aligning with Nazis, killing Polish people, killing a shit ton of Jewish Ukrainians. And
for fuck's sake, I cannot. I cannot with this bullshit. They read a book. There are many publications explaining the whole Bandera thing. You cannot go with vibes about things that you actually need knowledge for. You cannot sort of circumvent not knowing something with vibes. It's impossible. I still feel like I don't know enough, and I've just started reading the book about Bandera, and I already know 10 times more. I mean, I knew a bit before, but this is ridiculous.
You know,
Yeah.
even if you personally are not like, yeah, those were good things, you end up, I guess, finding yourself in the same exact predicament that the Canadian Parliament found itself a couple months back.
No.
Your anti-communist sentiment ends up causing you to align with
Again, with the Soviet Union apology. No, that comparison is horrible. That is so inadequate a comparison that it makes me sad. It makes me cry inside.
about direct Nazis.
Yeah. And that's how it.
There was no mythos around that guy that was applauded in Canada, was it? There was people just didn't know and they found out. This is so stupid.
It often goes.
Yeah.
A lot of Nazis didn't
Please
think of
educate
themselves
yourself
as
on,
Nazis.
like, before you speak. Like, this should be a rule. Before you speak on anything, educate yourself about it, because you end up saying such stupid things that it baffles the mind. And Bandera was by no means, like, to borrow the nomenclature, a good guy. By no means. But this is ridiculous. This is a ridiculous misunderstanding of how the figure is treated as opposed to who he was. And this is important to understand, actually.
In the sense of being bigots or being there's some good old essays on this by like Theodore Adorno. Just talking about how a lot of Nazis can envision themselves, and a lot of them were actually very sort of opportunistic and pragmatic about it and not so ideological, but they ended up being a part of this whole
This is what happens when an English teacher tries to explain history. This is exactly what happens. I mean, I'm an English teacher, but oh boy. Maybe I shouldn't explain history. Maybe I should just drop it. I feel so bad as a fellow English teacher listening to this.
ideological apparatus anyway, and you get swept up in it. And so that's, you know, like if for example I hear somebody
It shouldn't be whitewashed, but especially now it must be understand. Without this understanding, you just cannot even begin. You just cannot even begin talking about it if you don't understand the very basic thing. You just cannot. This topic is very controversial, very complicated, and you cannot discuss it honestly if you don't understand this.
in Ukraine say Slava Ukraina, which a lot of people just do as a toast. They were doing that before the war, had nothing to do really with, like, these are people who think that the right sector is ridiculous, but it's very much like saying God bless America in the US. You know, it's just kind of a banal nationalist sentiment to a lot of people, but now that
Slava
has become associated with the Banderite movement, the post-Banderite movement. And so, yeah, you have this really dangerous dynamic. Again, I don't think that it's more prolific in Ukraine than it is like in the US. But the danger is that a lot of these people are proximate to power.
Who? Name them. Like,
You know.
for God's sake, This person is building this narrative of all those Nazis just being close to power and all those poor people just hiding from being taken into the military. Like, what sort of picture of Ukraine is this supposed I lived there for 2 years person painting here? Some alternative reality.
Like, you did have right sector people in the Rada at one point. Their numbers really diminished since their peak, and I think it was like 2013, 2014.
Again, Russia entirely resurrected Tsarism. Tsarism never died. Stalin considered himself a Tsar, and he was the longest running dude in the Soviet Union. Tsarism never really died. It just changed its name. Like, we need to recognize this. Tsarism never died, truly.
Around then, their numbers really significantly diminished since then. But you do have sort of open Banderites in government positions in a way that you don't
name them. Name them.
Like, you have people like Trump, or you have sort of figures in the right in the US who just are de facto fascists, but they aren't openly aligning themselves in that way. So the difference is a kind of semantic. I think it does matter, but I worry more about the radicalizing effect that Trump's invasion is having.
Trump's invasion?
Lot more than I worry about.
What Trump's invasion?
Like some dumbass.
The peak of the right sector was 1% in the Rada. Now it's done. Like,
Ukrainian conscript who was handed a military uniform.
After hiding in the basement for 10 years. Because all people just hide from the military, as we know.
Because they only have so many, and it had an Azov patch on it. And we don't even know if he identifies with them or not, because they're just handing these uniforms out. And a lot of people don't really know or care what that means. Like, I don't think that your typical Ukrainian would look at a Sonarad, for example, and associate that with Nazis, or really even know what that is. Certainly US leftists do, but I don't know that is how a lot of Ukrainians perceive it.
I think so too.
Okay.
I think so too.
These are all byproducts of being invaded. Like, that's the way I see it. I still lay the blame almost entirely on Putin's hands.
You have even in this case, you have no idea what you're talking about. Even when you're actually trying to say something positive, you're just saying a bunch of stupid nonsense.
As far as like the insidious nature of nationalistic symbolism creeping into public consciousness, I do think that there is like a really scary secondary implication for such things.
Yeah.
And also I think that the Western world plays a role in normalizing that exhibition.
Yeah.
Yeah, imagine saying that the Ukrainian nation is good when the enemy's stated goal is the elimination of the Ukrainian nation. Imagine that national spirit would be high. What a shock. Oh
yeah. There's a wild narrative around a while back. I don't know if you remember, there was that shooter who they found like a Sonarad in his diary or something, and they associated him with Ukraine. And some folks were actually talking about how Ukrainians were radicalizing Americans. And I don't think that's the main dynamic. I think it's going the other way.
The main dynamic is just the secondary dynamic. Okay.
Mostly, I think that we are exporting fascism in kind of the sense that you're.
Of course, it's all just about, at the end of the day, nobody has agency, nobody has interests, nobody has goals, nobody has aspirations. It's all about the US being bad. It's all about the US being bad and exporting its fascism, of course. Naturally, of course. Like, how could I forget? How could I ever forget that all geopolitics can be reduced to saying that America bad, and besides that nothing really matters, and no geopolitical actors really have any agency in anything? Damn. I was so blind.
You're talking about more than they are importing it to us. Another a dynamic that really gets.
How could I be so blind to the fact that it's just the US exporting its fascism?
Overlooked here that really has contributed to the rise of nationalism in Ukraine is just the fall of
The US. Yeah, it's the US.
the Soviet Union.
That is such a that is such a stupid thing to say. No, it's not, you idiot. Like, have you ever heard of the People's Ukrainian Republic, of which the current Ukraine is a direct continuation? The last exiled president of the People's Republic of Ukraine gave the insignia of power to the first president of the modern Ukraine in 1992. What do you mean? Like what? Do you think that there was no such thing as a Ukrainian national identity during the Soviet Union? Yes, there was. That was the whole beef that Stalin had with Ukrainians, the Holodomor, the national question, the peasant question, eliminating the national identity of Ukrainians and turning them into Soviet people. That was the whole thing.
And deteriorating living standards.
Is it American exporting fascism, or is Ukrainian being a natural banderite, fascist Nazi, or whatever? At least be consistent. Never.
There.
Yeah.
And the fact that, like, say what you will about the Soviet Union, but
oh, fuck off. You've lost me. You haven't even finished the sentence. You've lost me with the sentence of say whatever you want about the Soviet Union, but you've lost me completely with these words. Okay, let's hear the but.
It was very openly and aggressively sort of anti-nationalist, and their whole, like, it's still this.
Yeah, I know, right? Millions of people died because of the so-called national. I know how aggressively anti-nationalist the Soviet Union was. We all know about the Holodomor. Thank you. And we all know about the special NKVD operation, the Polish operation. Thank you. 200,000 Polish people dead. Thank you. Yes, we all know about the anti-nationalism.
Way in Russia where the great.
And yet still, Russians were considered the superior people somehow within the USSR. Also square that circle for me. And don't even try to lie to me about that. Do I have to read directly from Stalin to you? Oh my god, I have to read directly from Stalin to you now. Okay, let's go. Let me find the quotes. I've been waiting for this. My whole life. I just have to find it. Jesus. I can't believe what's happening here. So anti-nationalist, so wonderful. Let's go. Let's let sort of Stalin take the wheel here. I have somewhere around here the link. Which I have to find with the direct quotes from Stalin. So it'll take a moment. Not here. I have it somewhere around here. I should really get my browsers in order. But I have so many great direct quotes from, like, if I don't find it, that's fine, but you can trust my word for it. But I have to find it, damn. On the national question in the Soviet Union. And the very basic misunderstanding which, like, some comrades had. Unfortunate. Misinformed comrades. I guess I just can't find it. Well, whatever. I'll just edit it in or something. There's this whole beautiful quote. I've actually read it on stream already once. About the national question, which is the peasant question.
Patriotic war, like just the defeat of Nazis is held in such reverence. And it was very important to Ukrainians too. And so you have like...
Yeah, there were significantly more Ukrainians that fought in the Red Army as opposed to like aligning with Bandera and or joining like the SS Galicia, right? Like
that's okay, never mind. You have no clue what you're talking about. But then you're also undermining your own point. So there you go. You're also undermining your own point about the army of Nazis.
Yeah. This is like a marginal nationalistic movement that aligned with the Nazis that is now like, I guess, becoming more, I would say becoming more prominent as a consequence of like the nationalism that comes from wanting to.
Eastern Ukrainians hate Bandera. In fact, a lot of Western Ukrainians hate Bandera as well. The person from Kyiv that's teaching me Ukrainian hates Bandera. Like, come on.
Free yourself of an invading force. It almost justifies in their eyes, in the eyes of many people, I feel like it certainly justifies their framework where it's like, well, okay, well, this guy's not fucking wrong because like he didn't want to be bombed or he didn't want to be killed in the way that my family's being killed currently. And I guess the point I was trying to make is
what's with the focus on Bandera? Oh, like this is ridiculous. When have you last heard about Bandera, like from any Ukrainian coverage? Honestly,
that like I feel like the Western media played a role in like normalizing a lot of what we see here as well.
Yeah, the U.S., especially the U.S.
In the sense that like there are obviously plenty of fucking Ukrainians in the Ukrainian armed forces that are not Nazis or nationalists of any sort whatsoever, but it feels like I was taking crazy pills when like every single fucking time that they were interviewing someone, it would be like a guy whose nickname is Adolf, who like
Yeah.
has a fucking black sun tattoo, and
Yeah.
he's like the
Well, maybe you should watch more interviews. There are certain creators whose interviews you didn't even bother watching before calling them psychotic, so I don't know which interviews you've watched. There are quite a few good interviews. You should watch more. But that is the only advice I can give you. There's a lot of good interviews out there, made by pretty good creators, pretty good journalists.
leader of the you know the militia training group or some shit, and it's like, well, why are you interviewing this guy? Like, shouldn't you be trying to desperately hide this guy? Like, that's what I
Why would you what? Hide that? Oh God, is this Hasan's idea of journalism? Hiding all that's inconvenient? Is this Hasan's objective journalism? We interview all the people that we see as nice, and we ignore all the people that we see as not nice. How is that productive? Are you serious? Isn't that just sweeping the problem under the rug? Something that definitely should not be done.
never understood. Like, why is it that the Associated Press was doing this, and was it that like the Ukrainian armed forces was not like trying to deal with it on the PR front?
You know, part of it has to do with the way that
The only people obsessed with Nazis in Ukraine are Russia and Marxists, Leninists. That's it. That is the only PR that is sort of...
the war has gone. So, for example, you know, you had that siege at Azovstal, which was in Mariupol, which was being largely defended by Azov battalion folks. You have Lvov in the sort of western
Lviv
part of the country, which is a very Banderite, sort of very nationalistic city compared to some. Like, I remember when I visited there, you could get Bandera t-shirts at their gift shops and stuff like that.
Okay.
And meanwhile, a lot of the folks who would be sort of inclined to oppose that or object to that kind of stuff, I think that a lot of them are actually concentrated in the East, and are like, a lot of them really, I mean, you know, your average Ukrainian, I talk about this with another Ukrainian friend all the time. Like, if you're out in the middle of, you know, some farm out in Donetsk or something, like in
Banderite cities. What reality is this guy's living in? I don't know. He's a little English teacher, Marxist reality.
the region, you don't really care if your tax dollars are going to Putin or Zelensky. You mostly just want to be left alone.
Again, my friends say this, so this indicates some broader rule. Like, again, I've met Ukrainians in Poland that said that if Putin is to take over Ukraine, Ukraine should just become part of Poland. Should I just take this and run with it and create some sort of broader rule out of this in my head? No, of course not. I'm not an idiot. You should not be an idiot too, as a fellow English teacher. I will not respect any opinions that will start with "my friend said." And most Ukrainians think. What are you basing this on? That most Ukrainians think that they don't care if their tax dollars go to Putin or to Zelensky. I think most people do care, especially after Bucha. You think after Bucha, nobody cares if their tax dollars or tax money, tax hryvnia are going to Putin or Zelensky. I'm finding this super hard to believe after things like Bucha. Thank you very much. When you think about it, Julius Caesar died surrounded by his friends. A truly happy ending, true. Meanwhile, actual farmers freak out over every tiny policy change that might affect regulation who they might sell to or to affect their market. True.
And you don't really have like
Yeah, I'm so willing to believe that in Ukraine, on average, people don't really care if they're ruled by Putin or if they pay their taxes to Zelensky after all the atrocities committed. Oh, for sure. Yeah.
and that's one of the reasons why
After all the bombing, non-stop, every day. Sure.
don't really worry so much about what parts of Ukraine end up in Putin's hands, because it's not going to change the lives of many people.
You got... this is the famous quote. This is the infamous quote. Yeah, it is. What the fuck are you talking about? Are you high? What sort of friends do you hang around with? Most people don't care what parts of Ukraine are gonna end up in Russia. Again, like what? Are you basically saying that most people don't care about another Bucha happening? They just gonna don't give a shit. You just don't give a crap about Ukrainians getting genocided as long as it's not them. Is this where we're going with this? It's not gonna affect many people. You know, all the people, all the displaced people that have not seen their homes for 10 years, all the people that are trapped and cannot afford leaving because the price for actually leaving from occupied part of Ukraine to the unoccupied part of Ukraine happens to be the same as the price in the infamous Polish visa scandal, about $5,000. Imagine my shock. Like, this is ridiculous. This is so ridiculous that it beggars belief. That somebody would even say that.
People, honestly. But much about what parts of Ukraine end up in Putin's hands, because it's not going to change the lives of many people, honestly.
Yeah, it's totally totally. It's totally not gonna change the lives of people that are gonna be under the occupation. Totally not. Totally not. We have totally not seen example after example after example of the terrors that occupation brings. But apart from those insignificant things, like no people's lives will be changed, really. We have reached the infamous fragment, the infamous clip that I decided to watch the whole thing, not to have this little clip taken out of context. Beautiful, wonderful, amazing.
But I think like a lot of sort of systematically, a lot of the sort of Ukrainians who would be more inclined to be skeptical of that stuff are
Of what stuff?
away from the eyes of the media.
Of what stuff? Of genocide? What about the kidnapping of children? Or maybe that doesn't affect many people either. Like, are you being serious right now? I cannot believe what I'm hearing. What sort of... I'm gonna be... I don't mean to be rude. What sort of dim-witted friends do you hang around with?
Shut out of it. And the ones that we do see in the media all the time are either people in the military and specific parts of the military, like Azovstal, which we talked about, or they tend to be these sort of ultra, like extremely online NGO employees in Kiev who mostly
sure.
make their living.
I'm sorry, your friends are people that are ducking from service, hiding, and you're trying to make them into some silent majority. You don't have a leg to stand on here. None.
Make their living doing this stuff. You know, they're getting paid to go on social media.
Yes, they're getting paid to spout the propaganda that it's actually good not to let Russia take over territory. Who even cares? Who even cares, right? Why not give them all of Ukraine? Nobody cares. None of the Ukrainians actually care, apart from the paid actors. I mean, soldiers.
And attack Russia and defend Ukraine against charges of fascism and stuff like that. So I think there is a systematic bias, but it's still just it's still bizarre. Like, it's an unforced PR error, right? Like, if you're Zelensky, you don't need to be fighting this fight with the West at the same time. Put out your guys who aren't Nazis, like in your photo opportunities and stuff like that. Screen them out. Why are you making these mistakes?
Yeah, I don't understand that part. And I don't understand why, like, the Western world, which is like certainly before the Russian invasion of 2022, was like very critical of the Zelensky government, talking about corruption, like the same like Voices of America beats that are State Department owned and operated would like regulate.
I don't know, because people have priorities, you know? Priorities, like the whole country not being taken over by... Oh, for fuck's sake, I don't... This is unbelievable.
Regularly criticize the Zelensky government for corruption, regularly even write about like Ukraine's Nazi problem and things of that nature, so much so that the American government had to actually take initiative and literally pass legislation. Many chatters don't know this because they didn't fucking know about Ukraine until 2022, but they had to pass legislation under...
I knew about Ukraine a lot longer than you. For a lot longer than you. I guarantee you that. Whatever.
They had to pass legislation to stop funding and arming specifically the Azov battalion because they were out and about open neo-Nazis. You could say that like they are not the brunt or the majority of the forces, which is of course certainly true, something that I agree with. And
Thank you. Thank you for agreeing.
you can certainly say that Putin's justification of denazification is ridiculous, which I also agree with. It is ridiculous. Fucking
So what's the problem then?
bullshit. He should denazify his own country, really. But having said all of that,
So what's the
fact
problem?
that they just like completely dropped all of that, and even like the most like Western focused people regularly say that like no, the black sun tattoo is actually not that significant that this guy has, and his nickname is Adolf.
Here, right now, no, it isn't. Right now, no, it actually isn't. I'm gonna say it. No, right now, it actually isn't. There are bigger problems now, like the frozen aid from the US, the critical lack of munition, Avdiivka falling, Russia attacking on 5 different parts of the front at once. You know, those little things that sort of overshadow the black sun on one dude's arm or whatever. Or the nickname Adolf. Yeah, I think there are bigger priorities here to pursue. I would like to believe.
Off because it's like cutesy. I think that plays a role in like basically solidifying propaganda for like some of these very far right forces that will inevitably cause problems for Zelensky or any kind of like even Western focused leadership that tries to take a more centrist position, right? As a matter of Ukrainian freedom, as a matter of like trying to stop the bleeding, stop the hemorrhaging. If you were to ever capitulate in any way, shape, or form, if you were to concede on any of these issues, then you leave yourself out to a major opening from far right elements to come in and be like, you're fucking collaborating with the Russians, you're a Russian op, and institute.
You're such an idiot. You know, no. Are we really gonna skirt over all of the atrocities that Russia is committing? All the POWs that have been killed, like during the evacuation of Avdiivka, like there was a report that some soldiers were captured by Russian. Like, lo and behold, not long later we saw photos of them executed with their hands tied. Like, come on. And you're gonna preach to me about collaboration and needing to just, just give up some territory and negotiate. Like, I've never heard anything so out of touch with what's actually happening in reality, in the real world.
Coup d'etat. Or
d'etat.
even just like directly win the elections, right? If there ever is one. And
well, nice little job at there won't be any elections anymore in Ukraine because they've been suspended forever because, Zelensky, the dictator, used the constitution, to suspend the election during wartime, because a lot of the people, a lot of the citizens would not be even able to vote. If there even ever is one. Nice little jab, Hasan Piker. Nice little jabberino.
Yeah.
I think that it is wildly irresponsible not to see the writing on the wall here and not to think about like Ukrainian independence.
You're horrible at reading anything on the wall. You're horrible. You could not read any writing on the wall ever. You're illiterate. You cannot read. Like, learn to read before trying to read any writing on walls. Please. The first step is to learn to read. Then you...
Later down in the future, and what that's going to look like, what Ukraine is going to look like, not right now, not a year from now, but 5 years from now.
Well, if you had your way, Ukraine would not look at all in 5 years. It would be part of Russia. Quite bluntly.
And
Yeah.
I think that we are being wholeheartedly irresponsible.
That would be your the long-term effect of what you're advocating for.
And there will be many thought pieces written, retrospectives in a similar capacity.
And they will admit that I was right all along. Hasan Piker. I was just right all along, as with everything. Ignorant Turkish American preaching to the ignorant Americans. True.
Yeah.
Our friends will make blowback season 10 at that point about how did the far right win so much in Ukraine after the Russian invasion.
It didn't win anything. What did the far right win exactly in Ukraine? What? What did the far right win? Name those things. What did they win? Apart from your paranoid delusions about them, what did they win? So much of what?
And whatnot. And we'll talk.
What did they win? Name those things. You're gonna just bullshit around. Name the things that they've won.
Talk about how the media absolutely fucking capitulated to these and normalized a lot of these like far right positions in Ukraine. And
what far right positions? Name them. Again, name the far right positions in Ukraine. Name them for me, please. I'm waiting.
I don't know. It's really fucking.
I know you don't know. That's the yeah.
Scary to think about, especially because
I know it's very scary to think, but you should try it sometime. It's very scary to think, but be brave and for once think.
Because this country is one that is heavily connected to Europe, and what those implications will have for European politics, or even like direct acts of violence within Europe, all the weapons that we've given that are not accounted for. All of that is just like terrifying.
Yeah,
It's America
If
doing
you're an idiot and don't know anything. I've already heard somewhere like this theory that Ukraine would break down into little warlords, little sort of warlord uh, groups that would just fight each other. I remember hearing that little theory that giving Ukraine weapons will just tear Ukraine apart into little warlord kingdoms that would just fight each other. Amazing theories. This is basically that tier level.
doing what America does in Afghanistan and in the Middle East, but this time doing it in Eastern Europe.
This is not Afghanistan. Like, I know that some Americans are not very smart, bright. They don't know anything, so they have to sort of relate to what they do know, which are only two things, Iraq and Afghanistan. But that's disanalogous. No.
Yeah. And I mean,
I know those are the only things you know, Afghanistan and Iraq, but there are things beyond that, and Ukraine is an example of that. Like, you cannot just compare two totally different conflicts, even if it doesn't make sense.
like you're saying about the West opposing this stuff.
How many soldiers has the U.S. sent to Ukraine? Yeah, I thought so.
Before the war, I had a friend who's actually running a prominent NGO over there, and they would do stuff like, for example, they would organize a pride parade over there because they do a lot of like LGBT advocacy work in Ukraine. And you would have these Azov guys like show up with baseball bats. And so, you had...
Yes, there's bigotry. Like, what is the point? Make your point.
people from the NGOs, and I actually went with them to one of them, just walking with them at the parade so that you could have numbers in case the Azov or the Right Sector guys tried to start something.
Make your point, please. Make your point.
And they were regarded as a menace by, certainly by people doing that kind of advocacy.
Okay.
By a lot of sort of
the right sector has no power in the government. So what is your point?
Liberalizing, like, really honestly Soros aligned NGOs and organizations.
Soros aligned, another little jab.
Over there. People whose whole mission is about anti-corruption and, quote, European values and, neoliberalization and stuff like that. They actually saw the Nazi stuff as an impediment to their agenda.
Yeah.
But
okay.
Now you see that it as soon as it becomes convenient, all of that resistance just evaporates. And that's...
How do you know? Can you source me any data on this? Like, what? Now during the events, bigots come with baseballs and it's just treated like that's fine? You can just beat us with is that what you're saying? Now it's just treated as something good and permissible?
One of the sort of problems with trying to change a country like Ukraine from the top down with these NGO...
that is not the role of the US or any other outside party to change Ukraine. It is to allow it to win. The change can happen from within the country. Ukraine is more than capable of taking care of that.
Liberalization initiatives is there's no base at the bottom really that you're reaching, and so all of the progress you're making is just totally artificial. It's
how do you know that? How do you know that even? Again, what are you basing this on?
To, like, the wealthiest upper like 20% of Kiev residents who all want to get a job at an NGO, so they go to all the events and meetings and
What are you basing these things on?
stuff like that. Like those are the people that sort of these liberalizing organizations are really doing a lot for, but not for the rank and file that your common Ukrainian citizen.
What do you know about the common Ukrainian citizen?
And that again was a role that
You were an English teacher for a few years. Like,
communism really played, where it really improved.
it does not give you any super insight into the whole society. That is so ridiculous. What are you basing this on? You could say the same thing. I could say it's the same thing about Poland right now, in fact.
The quality of life for a lot of people, guaranteed them a social safety net, which now we are gradually stripping away in the war. You know, you have guys in the U.S. right now. I forget which think tank he works for. There's a guy in the U.S. Warning about welfare queens in Ukraine. Wrote a paper about this, where he thinks that they're going to have this problem of Ukrainians taking advantage of U.S. humanitarian aid, and that will disincentivize them from getting work. So he is arguing against just giving them basic humanitarian aid on those grounds, and absolutely sinister stuff. And that is the kind of stuff that does ruin lives and that does make people become desperate and turn to nationalism. So yeah, we're playing a major role in that as well.
Absolutely.
Ukraine is one of the first articles I wrote about Ukraine was back in 2014.
Amazing.
When
Congratulations.
Russia was trying to bring it into its customs union, its own trade union. The EU was trying to bring it into its own union. They were playing extremely.
And of course, as always, Ukraine has no agency in this. It's just a piece of meat for those two more important forces to play tug.
Hardball, and these were being, of course, driven by capital in both of their countries. And it was very clear that this was having a destabilizing effect on Ukraine. And what I wrote back then is, you know, the most likely outcome here is that
Self-determination and agency. What are those? Those are not a thing in my vocabulary.
Ukraine is just going to be torn apart and shredded between these two reactionary forces.
Jesus Christ. This guy should stop writing articles. Just stop. Just those two reactionary forces. They're just both equally reactionary forces, the EU and the Russian Federation, sure. How many buchas has the European Union done lately?
That are just trying to monopolize it for themselves. And that's exactly what's happened.
It has been torn apart, Ukraine, in two.
Yeah.
No, you idiots. No.
It is devastating.
Yeah, it is devastating. The depth of the lack of knowledge you two sort of demonstrate. It is staggering even.
I don't know where it will go. It does. I just know that it's not going to be good. And it's not good so far.
The
And
depth
it's not
of
going
analysis
to get any better, it seems, anytime soon. So
it's not going to be good. You heard it here. Whatever happens, it's not going to be good. It's going to be bad, in fact. Damn. This is the hard-hitting, in-depth analysis that I come to Hasan Piker, the top-tier journalist, for. Things are not going to be good. They're going to be bad.
You know, we'll see what happens.
Yeah, we'll see what happens.
The only sort of good outcome I can possibly imagine here is if Zelensky were to just have some kind of revelation and do something truly heroic and go to the negotiating table risking his own life to do it because of the potential reaction. He is really the figure who is in a position to possibly bring a peace to Ukraine before the right brings its own peace to Ukraine. And
For fuck's sake, this looming dangers of the right created in this person's head.
we aren't going to like it when that happens.
Yeah.
The right that literally has no power right now.
Um.
Or we won't
So-
like it.
I guess there's the other
Yeah.
side of this bargain.
What is
One thing
the
I do
other
want to
side?
talk to you about before I let you go, because I've had you here for an hour now, is Vladimir Putin.
But yeah.
And
Yeah.
Baba Yaga is
Vladimir
coming for them
Putin,
all.
right? He just did a almost 3 hour long interview with Tucker Carlson, and he spent the
It wasn't almost
first
whatever.
40 minutes of that 3 hour interview talking.
Oh, they're gonna discuss the history? Oh no. Oh please no. Oh god. Okay. I'm gonna this is gonna be the most painful part, isn't it?
A whole bunch about how Ukraine and Russia are one nation. Now there's some truth to that in terms of
No, there's not. There's not. There isn't. None whatsoever.
family members, right? Like Ukrainians
Yeah.
have Russian
Yeah.
family members and vice versa.
Oh great. That's not the same as having. Okay, I have family members in the US. Are Americans and Polish people the same nation now? Because I have family members in the US, in Austin, Texas. Is that how that works? I'm an American citizen. We're all basically one nation. Are Polish people and Ukrainians basically just one nation? There are many people that have families in Ukraine and vice versa.
Okay, similar language, all this stuff.
Similar language, all that stuff. Polish people and Ukrainians, just one nation. Just one nation, man.
But I feel like he basically really leaned into all of the arguments that liberals make towards Vladimir Putin and his irredentist tendencies. That it's not
Yeah.
simply a matter of national security for him as far as like NATO involvement.
Yeah, apparently in the summer of 2013, he wrote a whole manifesto, like Mein Kampf level manifesto, in which he also prattled on about history. So it's not even something new for him. Like only the Westerners are like shocked by this development suddenly. Even though he's repeated the same rhetoric over and over and over and over again.
Instead, there's a ultra nationalist sentiment. Now, did he do that to capitulate once again to the further right wing elements in his country, in order to make sure that he can
You know nothing on the subject of Russia, do you? If you're asking this question, then you're out of your depth. You know nothing about Russia, quite literally. If you think this is some novelty, like that this is some novel strat, like figured out last minute to appease a certain group, like you know nothing.
in order to make sure that there is no there's no one outflanking him on the right? Or did he do that
Yeah.
because he genuinely is a firm believer?
No, at the end remember when Putin first came into power, he was our liberal.
Yeah.
And we were very
He
excited
did mention all
about
that. I loved it when he was like, okay, can I ask you a question? Do you
Oh, for fuck's sake! Ouch! The level of ignorance. Oh my god. The KGB liberal. The KGB liberal, who right away went to dismantling any semblance of democracy under Yeltsin. Oh yeah. Yeah, the liberal.
You
Yeah.
feel like
He was our liberal.
I felt like that entire interview, Vladimir Putin, obviously he's not known for his honesty, but I felt like he was basically trying to be like, why won't you make me your Israel? Like,
Yeah.
we're a bourgeois country. Like, we're not a communist country. Why can't
Yeah.
we be your Israel? Is what it felt like he was saying that, or
Maybe to you.
at least like in its development, like post dissolution.
How old is
he
Hasan?
positioned himself as though he was desperately trying to, not desperately, but like trying to make these attempts over and over again with American leadership.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, part of the problem here is that Putin is at the end of the day, at this point, he's not a communist, and he'll talk about the fall of the
No shit. He's a KGB. Oh.
Soviet Union being the greatest disaster of 20th century, but not because of
Oh yeah, because the Soviet Union was so communist. It was so communist that it's like, oh, amazingly communist.
it represented the fall of communism. It was because it represented the end of Russian greatness, basically.
Yes. Oh, 100%. They don't. I mean, he's like ideologically, obviously, not aligned with communism whatsoever. And I think that like a
So was the Soviet Union also wasn't exactly ideologically aligned with communism either.
lot of Russian boomers, like people here in the Western world, I think mistake that when they read into like what people say about like, oh, the USSR was great. Like when they hear like boomers say stuff like that, they mistake that for like genuine enthusiasm towards socialism. And maybe there is some, for social safety nets and whatnot.
If you think the Soviet Union and the words genuine socialism come to your mind, then you've lost the plot. I'm afraid you've lost the plot completely, my friend.
Especially because of what came after immediately in the dissolution. But in many respects, it's more so about Russian empire, like not an empire, but like Russia being a global hegemonic power. The USSR
So an
being like
empire.
a powerful nation, a
Are you
regional.
kidding me? Like a global hegemon that is made up of several devoured countries of different nationalities. That is an empire by definition. That was how every single empire operated throughout history. Are you joking right now? Not an empire. You have got to be kidding me. The Ottoman Empire, the German Empire, the Austro-Hungarian Empire, the Russian Empire, the Japanese Empire even.
A regional leader
with their whole prosperity region
that was like duking it out with America directly.
Yeah, there's an element of that too.
You don't even know what an empire is, it seems. How far out of your depth can you be that you don't even know what an empire is? What is an empire in your mind?
I think that there's nostalgia for Russia's sort of being the other superpower in the world, and there really is a real nostalgia for just the age of social safety nets, and it was just a very different country. There's sort of too much to talk about there, but
there sure is. There sure is a lot to talk about the Soviet Union. You're right. And not a lot of it is good.
The point that I was getting at here is
English
at the end of the
teacher.
day, Putin is a sort of deeply pragmatic, cynical liberal, I think.
Ouch. Oh my god. Oh, deeply cynical, pragmatical liberal.
People don't like to think about him that way, but this is like that is sort of the core of who he is. in the sense that he can't talk about why the U.S. Had this adversarial relationship with Russia after the Cold War, because that would mean that would be a big indictment of capitalism. You know, the main offense that the U.S. committed towards Russia after the Cold War was not really the expansion of NATO. It was primarily vulture capitalism, just picking that country apart.
Absolutely.
Picking that country apart.
And that brought life expectancy
Can you elaborate on that? The picking that country apart.
down. That just brought standards of living down.
Prostitution skyrocketing,
Yeah.
people committing suicide at a rapid clip.
That hurt
The shock therapy was shocking. I agree.
the country so much. But the sort of one little interesting dynamic I think here is that Putin can't really talk about that aspect as much. So he has to come up with this sort of alternative narrative of why, of this adversarial relationship with the U.S. He can't just articulate it in terms of competing business interests. So instead, what you get in that interview is just him sort of, acting baffled and being like, I don't understand it. Why couldn't they just cooperate with us? And it's like, well, they can't cooperate with you because they're an imperial power and you're an imperial power, and imperial powers don't cooperate. They compete. That's how it works. And he knows this. I wrote a piece about the interview afterwards, and there were a couple times when he alluded to sort of communist ideas about imperialism. It was very.
Wait, can I ask you a question
Communist
here?
ideas
Would you
about
say that there is
imperialism.
this is a purely beneficial positioning for both Russian interests, from a capitalist sense, of course, from a liberal sense, as you said? Because when you said liberal, people like lost their minds in the chat, but you mean liberal as like political theory and not liberalism as like what we know libtards in America or whatever. Like,
yeah, I should clarify that. I use liberal in the sort of old Marxist sense, and also in like the kind of international sense that's used to just mean aligned with capitalism. So I don't mean it in the narrow sense of being aligned with the democratic agenda or stuff like that. I mean that he is, at the end of the day, he's a committed capitalist.
Yeah,
that's what I mean by liberal.
And the question I had was, would you say that it's like a mutually beneficial relationship to consistently have an antagonizing force in the West for Russia to build up its like military might once again, and use it, provide a revving engine for its economy, in the same way that like America needs constant conflict because these defense contractors have to keep making weapons for something, and if there's global peace, that threatens the bottom line.
Yeah, that's why the U.S. started war in Ukraine, of course. That's how it all started. It all started from the U.S. as always.
The American defense industry, right, which is like our most robust and most viable industry remaining. So in that sense, it's like it's beneficial to position Russia as still some communist like Red Scare propaganda induced foreign adversary, despite the fact that it has been
Russia did not become a threat when it became the Soviet Union. The Russian Empire was a threat before. The Soviet Union was basically just a continuation of it, but I don't expect you to know history that far back. So,
led by, in air quotes, our guy, for damn near its entirety.
our guy.
And yet there's still like constant tension. So it's like
Who's
dueling
the our
interests
guy?
in the military-industrial complex in either side of the spectrum.
And I mean, like when were tensions eased most between Russia and the U.S.? Well, it was when its economy started to, I don't want to use the word liberalize now, capitalize or whatever.
But it is
when,
the correct term is liberalization.
Yeah,
of the
yeah,
markets.
yeah. Yeah, but it was when the Russian economy was making that transition, opening it up to the West, getting McDonald's, and
Yeah.
Gorbachev was doing Pizza Hut commercials, and that kind of thing. Like it was when our business interests were aligned that our countries there was the most comedy. And what is a big part of what is happening now is that the top sectors of the Russian economy have
This is
consolidated their
like listening
power
to
enough
Waterfall Kids
and
on
sort of
steroids.
become competitive enough on the world market, especially with energy, but also, like I said, its customs union that was trying to build is a big deal. It's become competitive enough on its own that a lot of Western business
Okay,
interests see it as a
I
threat
think
now.
we've had enough. How long have we been like doing this? 6 hours. That's enough. Okay, I think that's enough. I think we've had enough. I'll just say one thing. I'm from Poland. You hate Poland. If you want to talk about Poland, I'm willing to talk to. Heck, I'll talk to you about Ukraine. Of course. And I'm small, insignificant. I cannot harm your career. I'm just a small, insignificant streamer. But of course, Hasan Piker is a coward, so he'll never do it. So there you have it. I extend this challenge to Hasan Piker to talk to me, not be a coward. So, here you go. How do you like? How did you like this wonderful, wonderful conversation that's happening as Russian forces are attacking Ukraine on 5 different parts of the front at the same time? Because it's all the US's fault. What do you even say here? This is ridiculous. And the worst part is, again, Hasan Piker has how many viewers on average? 10,000, 6,000. It's still more than a lot of people that actually provide good commentary have. And that is like the most depressing part about it. Like a lot of people just do great work and just don't even get a fraction of that. It's ridiculous. I took a nap halfway through. Well, it's been long, and we're gonna look into some actual things that I've prepared for today. I guess we should go look for at least some. One moment. Hold on. I'll fix my hair, which is a bit of a mess. Oh, God. This is going to be a long one, isn't it?
Now, instead of a business partner.
Stop. Enough. We've had enough. I've got a few. So there's this whole conversation about reparation in Poland. World War II reparation, believe it or not. Because as I've said before, when Poland after World War II was basically sold out by the West, technically speaking, Poland was one of the winning countries in World War II. Did you know that? And yet, as one of the winning countries in World War II, as a reward for the sacrifice of the Polish soldiers in World War II, it was given away to the Soviet Union as a satellite state. And so, the Soviet Union further rewarded Poland by saying, you cannot accept any reparation from Germany, Poland being one of the most devastated countries in the entire war. You cannot accept the Marshall Plan because that would make you possibly too powerful and we cannot have that. We cannot have a Poland that is too strong and independent of us. So you're not gonna accept the Marshall Plan. There's an interesting video about this, about reparations and about the Law and Justice Party that really demanded reparation from Germany, and the sort of opposition now part of the government discussing it. And I want to show you. I've given you some context.
Co z tak zwaną rekompensatą od Niemiec za straty wojenne?
What about the so-called compensation from Germany for war losses? What a pause.
Koledzy z PiSu
Well, our friends from Law and Justice have been talking about it for 8 years, give or take.
8 lat o tym mówili, budowali na tym
They built their fortress around this topic.
tą
Wyliczenia były
twierdzę.
Yeah, it's been counted. It's like 6 billion. It's more. It's a lot bigger amount.
6
Tą
bilionów.
twierdzę, tak, już
Yes, I don't remember if it's in zlotys or in euro, because in Polish billion is like 100 million or something, and billion in English means something different, a smaller amount.
nie pamiętam czy złotych, czy euro, ale przypominam,
But I will remind you that Minister Fotyga,
że pani minister Fotyga w odpowiedzi na
like as answer to the interpellation of the members of the Congress, has sort of confirmed
interpelację poselską, potwierdziła to, co oni
that which they perfectly know,
doskonale wiedzą, że Polska
that Poland already had sort of reparations that it could have gotten
już miała przyznane reparacje w
in Potsdam. So Polish already had promised in Potsdam, yeah. In Potsdam.
Potsdamie, w traktacie
In the treaty
na koniec II
at the end of World War
wojny
II,
światowej 15%
15% of allocations from the Soviets.
alokacji sowieckiej. Co Sowieci zrobili? To,
What did the Soviets do?
co zawsze.
What they do always, they stole it.
Zajumali. Ja chciałbym wiedzieć, dlaczego
I would like to know why the Law and Justice Party did not fight for the reparations from Russia
rząd PiSu nie zwrócił się do Rosji jako sukcesora prawnego
as a successor, as a legal successor of the USSR. Why wasn't the Law and Justice Party asking for
Związku Radzieckiego o te reparacje.
Co z tak zwaną rekompensatą od Niemiec za straty?
Okay, we watched this. That was very short. But it's still worth remembering that the topic of World War II reparation is still very much alive, still very much a loud topic in Poland. There's a whole topic about the financial situation in Russia and how it's burning through the reserves that it's been building throughout the before the invasion, which is quite interesting. We might go through it tomorrow. It's a long thing, the financial thing. Oh, this is something that we need to talk about a bit. I will not get into it, but whether or not they are aware of it, the farmers have become a weapon of Putin's in the fight against Ukraine and against the European Union for that matter. Okay? This whole farmer protesting has been ridiculous from start to finish. Like useful idiots of Putin at the end of the day. Like this is such a failure of policy on the European Union side that I'm not even sure how to respond to it, considering that the farmers are just repeating Russian propaganda to the point of calling refugees sons of bitches that should be kicked out. They are spilling grain on the ground. They are basically they even started blocking some military aid to Ukraine. Like it has gotten so out of hand that the farmers not only have become active helpers to Russia in the war, but also all sorts of Nazi organizations have started attaching themselves to the protest, like the Konfederacja Party in Poland, which is basically the closest equivalent to the Nazi party that you'll get. And other European farmers will join the protests. And surprise, surprise, other far-right shady organizations are attaching themselves to that as well. And meanwhile, seemingly helpless, the new Polish government is not doing anything to solve this. Like thousands of trucks are just being stuck at the border and nothing can be done about it apparently because the government is hopeless and helpless. Incredible. Incredible. Oh. I've been streaming for like, God. 6 hours, 20 something minutes. So I'm just gonna go to rest a bit because tomorrow I have actually quite a few things to do. So, love and solidarity. Thank you very much. And I'll see you all soon, I hope. There you go.